Welcome the queen too. Quit joking around. Back then I only said those words to hustle some details out of her. As if I would be stupid enough to admit on the spot. If the king finds out, then my clan will be screwed. The eagle man bitches inside, dreading the slim chance the eagles would also be implicated due to this wench. Uncle you. Cracking in her heart, who may forces a smile so she doesn't look so bad. Forgive my lack of understanding, you clearly that day. When have the eagles become associated with traitors? Please be more respectful. I have nothing to do with you or your family. Hands crossed behind his back, the eagle chief huffs a grunt and pulls the forged pendant out of Humei's hand using his power, causing it crumble into dust in the air. There's dismay in the fox lady's face now. She couldn't believe what she's seeing or what the eagle chief has done. Someone come, subdue this criminal. Yu Xiang coldly orders. In an instant, several heavily armored men with eagle beaks had come swarming inside the tavern, their weapons firmly aimed at the fox while the unarmed rushed ahead to pin her to the ground. Uncle you, what are you doing? My father won't let you go if you touch me. Humei grits her teeth as she yells out with reddening eyes. This asshole is only picking on me because my branch of the Fox clan has been exiled. Otherwise he would never try something like this. Ha ha ha, your father can't even protect himself and you still have the nerve to threaten me? Yu Xiang bursts out laughing, his voice mocking and sarcastic. Aren't you a bit too stupid in the head if you still can't figure out why? Humei's face went white. No longer struggling, she stares upward from the floor at the cold-faced middle-aged chief. You first tried to murder the queen, then impersonated Her Highness's identification token. Do you admit your crime? Boom! As if she's been struck by a lightning, Humei's brain instantly went blank on the spot, her eyes locking intently onto the eagle chief's. What did he say? The queen's identification token. No, it's not true, it must be a trick, he's tricking me. The lady almost couldn't breathe from the pain in her chest, and it's under this suffocating feeling that Yu Xiang came before Bai Yan's presence to take kneel. My queen, it's your loyal subject here who has come late, causing your highness to suffer such grievances. Please forgive me. Pricking her brow up, Bai Yan stops her lazy act and got serious as well. Eagle Chief, how have you been lately? It's been a while since we last met at my coronation. Slightly startled at the quick recognition, Yu Xiang felt elation and unease at the same time. Thanks to your highness's blessing, everything is well within my clan. In that case, I will give you a task. First, gather your tribesmen and go with Fei Yi of the Wing clan to gather the rest of the demons living in this region. Second, I want to search for a teenager by the name of Bai Shao. I heard he was in this area not long ago. Yes, my queen. Getting up from the floorboard, Yu Xiang respectfully complies. Uncle Yu, you're lying to me. Muttering to herself in an incoherent manner, Humei's expression becomes hysterical. She is the queen? How can she be the queen? You are lying to me. Please tell me you are lying to me. I have never offended you in any way, why are you doing this to me? When it came to the last bit of her sentence, there's a heart-wrenching tone like she's about to pass out. Welcome the Queen 3. I said it before that my mother's the queen. You didn't believe us and swept us away, humph. Then when my mother pulled her pendant to prove herself, you also claimed it was a fake and wanted to hit me as well. Even worse, you later attacked us with those people and drove us into the mountains. Thankfully the Wing clan's elder recognizes my mother. Otherwise we would have been in danger. Fei Yi's expression grew a shade whiter at the implication of the Missy's word. Queen, please believe me. Even if I didn't recognize you, I would have identified you through the jade pendant. I would never be as stupid as that Hu Budwei. Despite the old senior's pointless worrying, Bai Yan never had any intent to blame him. It's just him overthinking it. After all, to be as dumb as Hu Budwei and his daughter, it would really take a miracle to find another pair in this backwater of a city. While Humei continues to splutter on the floor, Yu Xiang on the other hand could only shake his head and sigh at this laudable outcome. Hu Budwei really is unfortunate. First it was his eldest daughter trying to drug the king so she can sneak into his bed, and now this younger one drives the queen away and threatened her life. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is ruined by jealousy. What a fate he has. It's then while the Eagle Chief was lamenting the twist in one's misfortune, a swift wind suddenly blows over into the tavern and appears a man wearing a light blue robe. This newcomer was no other Hu Budwei, who had rushed over after realizing his own folly. Normally Hu Mei would be delighted and overjoyed to find her own father coming to the rescue, but she knows better than anyone. If it was a choice between the family as a whole or a daughter, this man would without question pick the bigger body and abandon herself. Now, instead of just fear and distraught on the face, the fox lady was despairing as well. Sure enough, Hu Budwei's head was thinking exactly that after scanning the tavern. He could recognize the Wing clan and Eagle clan. So I'm too late in the end. Tightly clenching his fist, he slowly inches forward in a trembling manner. Then, before anyone could understand what he's going to do, the old fox plops to the ground and gets into a prostrating position. Queen, I was blind and foolish in failing to recognize you. Please, out of consideration for my loyalty to the demon realm, please spare my fox clan. He cries out with sobbing tears and snot. Not minding this little play, Yu Xiang takes this opportunity to grow his own existence. Pushing a chair over in a flattering manner. Queen, please sit. Bai Yan didn't mind this and brushed her skirt into a better position before taking a seat. When you chased me before, you weren't acting like this, were you? Hu Budwei went white at that little sly comment. First giving his own daughter an angry glare. He then reverted back to the crying man-child act. Queen, I was blinded by this stupid daughter of mine. That's why I didn't know you were the queen. If I had known, I would never have done what I did that day. That is to say, if I wasn't the queen, then you would have killed me, is that it? Asked Bai Yan with a cold smirk. He was stumped for a response. It's exactly like she says. If Bai Yan wasn't the queen, this old fox would never feel he has done anything wrong. Welcome the queen, for man and beast have always been old enemies. What wrong have I done? Fei Yu Xiang, listen well. Bai Yan's expression grew hard and expressionless. Everyone in the demon realm is my subject. It's my duty to secure your safety. However, I will not permit mindless carnage or destruction either. If humans attack you first, then I will not care even if you retaliate with 100 times the force. In fact, I will also help you with the act. On the contrary, I will not permit any hostility towards humanity without provocation. Anyone who does so on their own will be expelled from the demon realm and never to return. She couldn't control demons from elsewhere in this world, but the ones under her watch must abide by her rules. In her past and present life, anyone who doesn't cross her won't be harmed, but if they do cross her, then it's a retaliation of everything she's got, no exception. This was especially true in this day and age, since the realms of human and demons have once again been reunited through the shattering of the Great Seal. Bai Yan's not going to let others murder the innocent and weak. Of course, this logic also applies to said demons. If humanity attacks her subjects, then she too would attack in full. Fei Yi and Yu Xiang inwardly trembled with shock over the promise, hurrying to bow their heads. Your subjects are here to abide by your highness's will. Good, send my orders out. Those who dare to go make trouble in the human realm will not be taken kindly. The lightest is banishment, the harshest death. That part done, Bai Yan now returns her attention to the train wreck that was the old fox. Now let's go over the accounts with you. Under those overbearing and sharp eyes, Hu Budwei could not even muster the courage to lift up his head. His soul's been lost. Queen, can you forgive us? We are willing to obey any wish your highness have of us in the future. That brought a wave of laughter into Bai Yan's face. The entire demon realm is at my beck and call, and the humans living here in this border city will also become mine very soon. Why should I keep you when I have so many more willing souls? The old fox shuddered, knowing full well his plea had no leg to stand on. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own family, his own branch of the Fox clan, he must persist. Queen, my branch of the Fox clan deserves at least something. We worked hard for the sake of the demon realm. Wiping away a drop of the tear from the corner of his eye. Not to mention we didn't know about you before. A crime shouldn't be a crime if the party is unaware. Not a crime. Bai Yan was immensely irked by that ridiculous defense. Kicking the old fox in the chest to send him flying backwards, she grew hard and threatening. So if I was less incompetent that day and didn't escape, does mean I would have died by your hands for nothing? Are you going to tell Deedsong that you didn't know so your crime doesn't count? Yes, you killed his wife, so he must show forgiveness because you are unaware. He could feel his heart being punched by a heavy fist. Hurrying to crawl up from his position after being kicked, Hu Budwei starts begging again with increased fervor. He knows what he said there was simply idiotic and foolish. No one could beg for forgiveness from that man. The only thing that would do was to make the punishment even more cruel. Then, as if the blood in his veins were awakened, Hu Budwei suddenly casts a look over to his own daughter Hu Mei. Regardless of the resentment he held for this foolish girl, she's still his flesh and blood. The older one was already lost. Now this one's the only child he has left. Even if he won't live, he must at least let her survive this ordeal. Queen, all the fault lies with me. I implore you to let my youngest daughter live. She's ignorant and young. Even if she's denigrated to a slave is fine. My only hope is that you spare her out of consideration that she's also a fox. Ditsong's arrival 1. Hu Mei's body became incredibly stiff, her throat choking as tears swelled out of those eyes. Perhaps not even she could have thought her old man would protect her at such a time. It's no secret among the household that Hu Budwei could be very cold and harsh to those who fail him. For example, the older sister was of one when she got caught in trying to drug the king. The old fox didn't hesitate and easily abandoned the girl to her own demise. Queen, please, we really didn't know you before. Out of consideration that we are of the same family, have mercy. Crawling up to Bai Yan's leg, Hu Mei pleads and begs by banging her head, the regret showing all over that face and devouring her existence. Unfortunately, that futile effort soon turned to suicidal thoughts when the ground began to shake. Swinging around, her pupils promptly dilutes inwardly, as she saw the most unforgettable scene ever in her life. Outside the tavern, there's thousands of demonic beasts galloping over from the distance and kicking up a storm of dust. This stampede was led by a flying dragon of gold, but it's the male and female standing at the lizard's head that snatched her soul away. Sister-in-law, I miss you so much. You don't know, but my brother's been bullying me so much while you weren't home. Then, before the girl in yellow could detail a certain individual's poor behavior to the one in charge, a gloomy and threatening aura from behind had cut her off. How come you are here? Bai Yan asks the handsome man in front of her eyes, those lips quirking into a smile. Not answering, Ditsong's first act was to pull his wife into a tight embrace before speaking. He's far too possessive and won't have it any other way. Why didn't you send someone to inform me about others trying to harm you? Breaking out into a chuckle. It's nothing big. Why are you so worried for? You think I can't solve it by myself? Bai Yan has no intention of being a woman that could only hide behind their husband like a weak damsel in distress. If she's going to do something, it's going to be through her own efforts and struggle. Ignoring the displeasure from his wife and the focused attention from everyone nearby, Ditsong went ahead to give her a deep French kiss between the lips to show his feelings. To this great demon lord, it's not a matter of trust or not, it's a matter of him being able to show off his manly ability as the husband. Towards the intimate picture of the pair, Hu Mei tried hard to hide her discontent by lowering that face from prying eyes. However, the clenching fists to the sides had given her away to the inspective person. It's not like this fox lady couldn't tolerate the king having multiple women in the harem, that's a given for any ruler, but to see the cold hard image she's had of Ditsong for all these years be shattered for the sake of a single human female was excruciating and crushing. Your Majesty! The members of the Eagle clan and Wing clan respectively kneeled. Compared with the shock of others, Di Xiaowan, Demon Princess, had become immune to the pair of lovebirds' behaviors. She's calm and relished in the mood right now. Ditsong's arrival, too. Half a ring later, Ditsong finally loosens his grasp and began caressing that silky black hair. These people, let me deal with them. Okay. Donning a brilliant smile, Bai Yan's beauty seems to overshadow even the world itself after being nourished. Letting go of his wife, the old fox now has the full attention of the great demon lord. Hu Budwei, is this how you assist my wife when I asked you to assist her? That voice was overbearing and oppressive, causing others to squirm in discomfort by merely being in his presence. Sire, I know my crime. You think a simple apology is going to make up for your crime? Expressionless on the face, even if I killed your entire clan here, it will still not make it for that mistake. Hu Budwei has fallen into despair. He knows it's over. This dreadful and unmatchable king wasn't going to let his family go no matter what after that statement. Yu Xiang, go pass my order. From this point forward, The Fox clan here in this border city are no longer my subjects, nor are they permitted to take a single step into the demon realm. Yes, sire. The Eagle Chief respectfully cups his hand in compliance. What about this traitor and his daughter? Deetsong's lip promptly curves into a sardonic smirk. Them? Throw the two into the Dark Dragon Lair. They will at least be good enough as food. Dark Dragon Lair? The old fox shuddered at the idea and his pupils expanded in horrific fright. He's going to be this ruthless? He must wipe out my family that completely? No, I don't want to go to the Dark Dragon Lair. In her panic, Hume crawls up to Deetsong's leg and banged her head with incredible force, causing the blood to stain the ground in the process. Sire, please spare me, I know my wrong. From now on I won't dare anymore, please, I beg of you, please don't send me there. Those sick perverted dragons will kill me and how they toy with their captives. Get lost. Disgusted by the sight, the Demon King snaps and bombards the lady with his overwhelming aura, causing no less than a dozen bruises to that dainty skin from the blow. This is the price for harming my wife. His words are a knife, piercing into Hume's heart until it's full of holes. Done with that, Deetsong reverts his gaze back to his wife, those eyes blooming with warmth and smile. Yin Yen, do you miss me? Instead of replying, the woman herself only showed interest in what's behind her own husband. Sadly, when she noticed there's the lacking figure of a little steam bun, the energy to talk was swept out of her. Xiachen didn't come with you? Going black in the face. You only think of that boy, don't you miss me at all? That kid will have his own wife one day. It's me who will spend the rest of my life with you. Just the thought of his own brat taking up more room in his wife's heart would bring sourness to this man's mood. That's right, Deetsong's jealous of Bai Xiachen, his own flesh and blood. Now here comes the silly part. Due to this reasoning, the man was even more determined to make Bai Yan give him another daughter. Only by doing so would the boy stop pestering his own mother. Quit fussing, where's Xiachen? Bai Yan asks with raised brows. Deetsong's arrival 3. In the end, Deetsong couldn't bear to watch her nervous expression and spilled the truth. He is still inside that secret domain. Not out yet. Her brow tightens further. Is he in danger? I keep getting this uneasy feeling. Don't worry, Yen Yen, that kid is my son, so he's not going to be in any danger, nor will I allow him to be in danger. Perhaps it's the confidence in his words, but Bai Yan's expression definitely eased up a bit until she could muster a smile. Since he is fine, then I'm relieved, but I can't go back with you yet, I have something to deal with here first. No problem, I'll accompany you. No problem, I accompany you. Hume was stung in the heart again for the second time. She's bleeding both inwardly and outwardly through her mouth and heart from those words. Of course, this venomous image didn't slide away from the Eagle Chief's sharp eye. Who's the closest? Are you going to remove yourself on your own? Or do you need me to drag you away? The king and queen is having a personal moment. They don't need traitors like you watching them. Closing her eyes in frustration yet accepting, Hume eventually opens her eyes and left of her own accord. She's at least have that much sanity to know when to retreat, and just like his own daughter, Hu Budwei also scurried away when the Eagle Chief shot him a death glare. Border City. In between the time frame of a single day, the entire settlement has become occupied by demonic beasts from all direction. Naturally, some wanted to resist, but before they could gather and muster the necessary forces to fight, they had already been roped up over to Wu Xiong's estate. Yin Yen, the fruit of this city isn't very good, so please bear with them for now. Once the fruits from the demon realm ripens during this season, I will have someone bring a bunch over so you can enjoy them. However, this peach here is barely edible. Here, let me feed you. Di Xiaowan couldn't resist a twitch in her lip over this. Sure, this demon princess had long been used to their love-dovey exchanges, but this was too much. She's feeling a little embarrassed just standing there. How can someone like this be the demon realm's king? Is he not afraid of sister-in-law beating him? Likely aching to watch her own brother suffer at the hands of his wife, the princess heaves a long sigh and focused in on the pair. Unfortunately, the expected kicking or scolding never came. Instead, it was Bai Yan's lazy inaction, as she swallowed the outstretched hand carrying the slice of peach with an enjoying smile. With gawking eyes, what's going on? Why is sister-in-law not getting mad at him? It's always been like that, what's changed? What did brother do to change her mind? In this instant, many thoughts and ideas spun within the sweet Dumbucklet's brain. Mostly wild images of her brother Shu licking and pleading to get on Bai Yan's good side. However, one scary picture did jolt the girl back to attention. It was about herself. An image of Bai Yan and Song teaming up to bully her poor self in the future. No, I can't let this happen. Making up her mind then, Di Xiaowan was absolute in her resolution to not let Song tame his wife. Otherwise, a miserable future was all that awaits herself. Song's arrival for sister-in-law. The princess hurries to interject herself between the two bodies. You must be tired, so let me handle these people. There's no need for you to shoulder all this burden. While Bai Yan herself found this rather amusing and arched an eyebrow over the suggestion, the girl has already turned to those kneeling humans with a narrowed glare. So it's you despicable bunch here who joined forces with Hu Budwei in order to harm my sister-in-law? Wu Xiong could do nothing but shiver intensely. He didn't know what else to say in his own defense. Like seriously, who would have imagined some random lady on the middle street to be the queen of the demon realm? Talk about poking the hornet's nest. I didn't know who she was. Shut up. Di Xiaowan stabs her arms against the waist. I don't care whether or not you did it intentionally or unintentionally. You are dead regardless. Besides, how can my sister-in-law be wrong? It's you despicable bunch who tried to harm her. The more she spoke, the angrier she became and eventually stomped down at Wu Xiong's back like she's trampling a cockroach. If you dare to resist, then I'll have someone drag you away for disposal this instant. This sentence was frightening for the once arrogant big guy. Despite his squirming unwillingness, he kept his body still like a turtle and allowed that dainty leg to keep coming down. If only this guy was into certain fetishes, then he would be relishing in the pain alone. But he's not. This was a humiliation, a blunt and direct humiliation. I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. Stomping and kicking, Di Xiaowan kept going off like a seductress despite not knowing it herself. She's just too beautiful, even in her rage. And it didn't help either when her efforts were no different from tiny pinches to these humans. In the end, it was the demon princess who's sweating and panting and giving off a sweet aroma by her bodily scent. The other humans here all feared for their own fate at this moment. They knew Wu Xiong wasn't suffering much, but they dreaded what would become of them if this was the sort of treatment awaiting them in the future. Ditsong, did Xiaowan suffer some kind of shock lately? Why is she acting like that? Bai Yin asks with a lazy voice. I don't know. Ditsong shakes his head. Presumably because of state teacher's disappearance. What? State teacher and first elder still hasn't come back yet? There's astonishment in her voice. If she is this shook from his disappearance, why don't we pair them together once he's back? It'd be a shame if they never got together. Smiling at the suggestion, Ditsong agrees with that opinion. That's exactly what I was thinking. Still oblivious to how she's already wed away, Di Xiaowan, who's been overly excited from the clobbering, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Making an odd squeal, she looks left and right for the strange sensation. If only this sweet Dumbucklutz didn't try to suck up to Bai Yan on this occasion, but because of her own judgment, she's been mistaken for having love sickness. Now it's pretty much a given she's going to be state teacher's wife, just that no one could have guessed the sort of BDSM fetish running through this princess's blood. When the rest of the world discovered the truth, it would be years later, and her husband has already submitted in heart and soul to this seductress. A while later, Di Xiaowan finally found her endurance at the limit. Dragging Wu Xiong like a dead dog and not knowing he's acting, she grins with a broad smile at her own failed achievement. Sister-in-law, look. I've taught this asshole a lesson, now it's brother's turn to work. Here, take this first. Taking out a handkerchief, Bai Yin readily hands the item over. Don't let his filth dirty your hands, he's not worth it. City Subjugation 1. How are you liking this? Bai Yin asks, fully aware of the minimal damage felt by the big guy before turning over to the rest of the humans. I called you all here today to give everyone a chance to live. Losing all of the playful air, she becomes sharp and dominating with the aura of a ruler and leader. What does she mean? How is she going to let us live? Their hearts trembled, showing surprise and fear in the faces. Still smiling but more difficult to read now. I presume you all know what has happened today at the tavern. If you want to live, then be contracted by my daughter. If you don't, then become food for her belly. To live, There's only one path laid before them, and that's to become slaves. A cold shudder overtakes the humans here. They all turn to stare at the innocent-looking lass that's carelessly eating the fruits in hand, and they gulped. Aye. One of the captives wanted to speak up, but before he could, another voice interjects from the rear. Lady, some of us never took part in Wu Xiong's mess that day. It shouldn't involve us, so why did you summon us here? Narrowing her eyes, Bai Yan's sight quickly fell upon the owner of that voice. It's an old senior by the name of He Ling, one of the rare high-level saint ranks in this border city. Originally this He Ling was in the middle of cuddling with his little concubine in bed when he got dragged out of his home. That's why he's so disgruntled at the rudeness. Furthermore, there's no lie in his defense. He never took part in Wu Xiong's shenanigans, so why should he stay? How can there be nothing if I called you here? Bai Yan then leans against her own husband's chest, that face lazy and content. This border city is the closest settlement between the demon realm and celestial realm. As it so happens, I'm growing an interest on this place, so it's only normal I meet the leaders. He Ling's heart dropped, growing an increasingly sense of wariness. What do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious already? You and the rest of you old bones are to contract with my daughter. This border city will be mine. This woman, does she know what she's saying? This border city can't compare with the main forces of the two realms, that's true, but it's nothing to be scoffed at either. Based on what can she make such a demand? Without these demons by her side, she's nothing. He Ling thought, not fully willing to listen. Lady, you must be kidding, right? Slightly quivering due to the immense aura coming out of Deetsong's body, the old fella didn't want to sound offending. Our border city belongs to the celestial realm. You are from the demon realm, why should we accept your rule? Beasts, whether of demon origin or celestial origin, has always been servile to humanity since ancient times. It was only after the establishment of the demon realm that those animals grew some backbone and began resisting the deities, hence the degrading opinion running through these humans. City subjugation, too. Staring down coolly at the man below herself, Bai Yan slowly rose from the chair, arms stretching out as she summoned up a frosty blade made of ice-cold bone. Then I'll show you now if I'm qualified to take over this city or not. In that split second as words came forth, that womanly figure also disappeared from view. He Ling didn't know where she went, but the instinct built through years of combat and experience told him he needed to turn around and deflect. And sure enough, he did by throwing out a palm strike of his own. Unfortunately for this once prominent leader of this city though, his efforts were futile. Squirts of spraying blood came squirting out of his hand when the blade pierced into his flesh and bone, causing the crimson-red liquid to splatter all over his own clothes. It's clear who's the victor here today. If He Ling didn't try to block there at the last moment, the bone blade would have been in his chest and not just in his hand. Understanding this possible consequence, an unnerved chill ran through the man's skin, turning his eyes vigilant and alarmed. Do you understand your own status now? Forming a smirk on her face, she scans the crowd to make sure they understood the meaning of her threat. Or you can all come at me together at once, I don't mind either. Since these people had the intent to begin with, that suggestion instantly roused a stir among the unwilling group. There's a smudge of determination returning to their faces after losing some of their light. Lady, He Ling isn't wrong in what he said. We are denizens of the celestial realm. It's natural that we would be against the demon realm. These people were stupid enough to make a move against you, so we didn't intervene. But if you want to conquer the entire border city, then we will never agree. That's right. If you want us to be slaves to demons, then we will never agree. Poof! Without any warning, a blast of searing heat fires over at the last person who spoke up, engulfing and incinerating his body until even his soul was destroyed by the flame. Eerily enough, the process had happened so quickly that no screams ever came from the individual, sending many into a frantic unease of fear and horror. That's right, the flame burned right down to the soul. If it was simple death, then they could still have a chance at being reborn through the cycle of life. But what awaits them was clearly eternal damnation. Devil. This man is more evil than the darkest creature in existence. At least such things only torture or devour one's soul, not destroy it outright. They all gulped and stared at the silver-haired man sitting on the throne chair. Their eyes haunted now. This included He Ling and the other high-level saint ranks present. Is there any more objections to my wife's decision? Lazy and bland in his interest, Deetsong asks with an air of melancholy. They had long heard of how cruel and ruthless this demon king was, but it's far beyond their imagination. Yet, they seem to have forgotten how cruel humanity too have been towards the various creatures of this world. Hunted for their fur, for their flesh, for their cores, anything of value would be sought after by humanity regardless of their origin or background. City Subjugation 3. Staring down coolly at the man below herself, Bai Yen slowly rose from the chair, arms stretching out as she summoned up a frosty blade made of ice-cold bone. Then I'll show you now if I'm qualified to take over this city or not. In that split second as words came forth, that womanly figure also disappeared from view. He Ling didn't know where she went, but the instinct built through years of combat and experience told him he needed to turn around and deflect. And sure enough, he did by throwing out a palm strike of his own. Unfortunately for this once prominent leader of this city though, his efforts were futile. Squirts of spraying blood came squirting out of his hand when the blade pierced into his flesh and bone, causing the crimson-red liquid to splatter all over his own clothes. It's clear who's the victor here today. If He Ling didn't try to block there at the last moment, the bone blade would have been in his chest and not just in his hand. Understanding this possible consequence, an unnerved chill ran through the man's skin, turning his eyes vigilant and alarmed. Do you understand your own status now? Forming a smirk on her face, she scans the crowd to make sure they understood the meaning of her threat. Or you can all come at me together at once, I don't mind either. Since these people had the intent to begin with, that suggestion instantly roused a stir among the unwilling group. There's a smudge of determination returning to their faces after losing some of their light. Lady, He Ling isn't wrong in what he said. We are denizens of the celestial realm. It's natural that we would be against the demon realm. These people were stupid enough to make a move against you, so we didn't intervene. But if you want to conquer the entire border city, then we will never agree. That's right. If you want us to be slaves to demons, then we will never agree. Poof! Without any warning, a blast of searing heat fires over at the last person who spoke up, engulfing and incinerating his body until even his soul was destroyed by the flame. Eerily enough, the process had happened so quickly that no screams ever came from the individual, sending many into a frantic unease of fear and horror. That's right, the flame burned right down to the soul. If it was simple death, then they could still have a chance at being reborn through the cycle of life, but what awaits them was clearly eternal damnation. Devil! This man is more evil than the darkest creature in existence. At least such things only torture or devour one's soul, not destroy it outright. They all gulped and stared at the silver-haired man sitting on the throne chair. Their eyes haunted now. This included He Ling and the other high-level saint ranks present. Is there any more objections to my wife's decision? Lazy and bland in his interest, Deetsong asks with an air of melancholy. They had long heard of how cruel and ruthless this demon king was, but it's far beyond their imagination. Yet, they seem to have forgotten how cruel humanity too have been towards the various creatures of this world. Hunted for their fur, for their flesh, for their cores, anything of value would be sought after by humanity regardless of their origin or background. City Subjugation 4. Unfortunately, because there's a certain demon king around, these people didn't even get the chance to repel the power before Deetsong pressed down with his own. In that moment, all resistance was for naught and gave Dragoni the opportunity to easily go into their soul to form the ritual. Half a ring later, and with a gleeful smile, the little missy was done. Mother, I've done what you asked me to do. Very good, sweetie. I'll get a reward for you later. Bai Yen returns a smile of her, those eyes doting and loving. This experience immediately made the little missy blush. Without another word, she throws her head into the woman's stomach and spoke with a content voice. I don't need any reward. Having mother is already the best reward I can ever get. In the past, she never got the doting care of a father, nor did she get the love from her own mother. Thankfully, fate hasn't been all cruel and tossed Bai Yen into her life. Now she's finally got the chance to enjoy the affection of maternal love for once. For that, Dragoni couldn't ask for more, and would allow absolutely nothing to get in the way of this bond. It's then Dragoni's big beautiful eyes flickered with a firm light and her hands grew tighter, knowing fully how far she has come. Unbeknownst to this little missy though, one day in the future she would be forced to leave Bai Yan's side. In her rage and sadness, The world itself would be plunged into the depths of hell itself thanks to her following action. Even so, she continued to persist and nearly became the incarnate of evil itself. That's Dragoni's future. Yen. Ditsong first casts a look at the missy nestling in his wife's arm, then at the girl herself before curving into a shallow smirk. Come. Though a bit perplexed by why he's calling her over, Bai Yen nevertheless did as requested and let her goddaughter go before strolling over. Without surprise, the man did his usual selfish thing and swiftly pulled her into an enticing embrace. The leader of the group who hurt you, how do you want to deal with him? Wu Xiong, who's been acting dead until now, nearly jerked right up from the ground after being mentioned. He actually thought they forgot about his crime, so he's been keeping mute, caressing her chin at the question. I feel like being a slave is too cheap of a punishment for him. Ditsong pricks his brow up at the response. Then what do you wish to do with him? We can do anything you want. Just now Xiaowen already beat him a bunch. Why don't we gift him to those demons who have a special taste in their sexual orientation instead? How about that? This time the big guy could no longer stay still anymore. Quickly getting up, he kneels right in front of the pair and cries his eyes out. Lady, I have already been contracted by the little lady and haven't resisted. Please don't do this to me. I don't want to become those perverted monsters' playmate like Hu Mei and her father. Saying it nicely was a playmate. Saying it bluntly would be a sexual slave for those of the same sex. Imagine a saint rank master being degraded to be a sex toy. There's no way he could endure. Narrowing in her eyes, Bai Yin clearly had differing opinions. Do you expect to forget? The one who started this battle is you. Whether it be the Fox family here in this border city, or the others that got involved, they're all being punished. As the main culprit, you think you can get off scot-free? City Subjugation 5. Wu Xiong looked extremely miserable with his distraught face. If one didn't know better, they would assume his wife and daughters keep snatched away by a thief. Lady, I am very useful, really useful compared to that Hu Budwei. Don't you want to attack the celestial realm? I can help guide you there. In order to get there in one piece, you must pass through the sky forest. I know how to pass through it with ease, it's very familiar to me. I can help reduce the amount of detour you must take. It's then Ditsong whispers something into his wife's ear. First elder and state teacher both went to the celestial realm before. In other words, they are already familiar with the mentioned sky forest, so there's no need for a guide. Wu Xiong didn't miss that and grew paler than a ghost. He started to tremble without intent due to the immense fear he felt at having his offer shot down. I have other uses. I know a lot of people in the celestial realm. Information are always useful during times of war, so you can use a spy, right? Yes, I can be your spy and work from within. Now that was hilarious in Bai Yan's eye. If that's the case, why did you get thrown out to this border city then? As unwilling as the big guy was in telling his own story, he nevertheless relented after getting to grip with the situation. It's better than being called a liar and to protect his own chastity from those sick dragons. I hooked up with a young miss of a large family clan back then. That's why I got sent here to this outskirt of a city. But I have a cousin, he works at that big household. He promised to get me back once he finds a way. Rolling her eyes. And what does that do to help us? That background of yours doesn't seem very useful at all. No, that household my cousin is in is a big one, so I will be able to gather any information you would like. And that miss is also deeply in love with me. She must still be waiting for me to go back. Though skeptical, Bai Yin eventually decides to take a chance given the opportunity. I'll give you a chance. If you can complete the mission I have, then you can be a slave. What mission? Said Wu Xiong, his eyes bright. Help me look for information on a person. Who? Bai Ning. She needs to know whether or not this Bai Ning was her mother or not, and where she was in the celestial realm. Relieved by the path laid before him, Wu Xiong inhales deeply. It's just asking about a person. How hard can this mission be? Don't worry, lady. I will definitely get news on this Bai Ning that you've requested. Just wait for my good news. Revealing a charming smile, Wu Xiong never felt so happy about protecting his own ass from others. Sweeping her sight on the rest after that, Bai Yin gives her next order. You can all return to your homes in a bit. In addition, the fact about your submissions to demons must be kept a secret from those familiar to you in the celestial realm, especially the close acquaintances in your life. Be warned. If I find out whoever leaks this news, it won't just be the destruction of your soul. Bai Yan's words sounded bullying now after emphasizing her ability to crush them so many times. Another thing, making a thoughtful look. If there's any demonic beasts still locked up in your homes, release them immediately. I won't interfere if they're willing to follow you of their own accord. However, I will not permit this custom to continue. If a demonic beast voluntarily takes a human as their master, then she has nothing to say or to do. But if forced, then as their queen Bai Yan has a duty to intervene. Do you all understand? Bai Yan asks the silent group, hammering her point through by forcing a response. City subjugation 6. We will comply. The crowd of voices echoed in unison, spreading across this hall as one big mass. Without another word, Bai Yan flicks her hand open and summons up a portrait before handing it over to the demon princess. Xiao Wan, pass this over to them. They can memorize the picture on their own. Okay, sister-in-law. Taking the item like a good helper, Di Xiaowan happily hands the portrait to the nearest human slave she found. One by one, each individual memorized the picture until it reached the last in the rear. Of course, the faces they made were not missed by Bai Yan's sharp attention gaze. She wanted to test them for signs of recognition, and sure enough, there's a single individual who made a surprised face when handed the item. Immediately, her face sank a little. Aside from the yellow-robed young man, everyone can leave. They may be surprised and unsure why, but these humans weren't going to protest. Cupping their fist, the crowd quickly dispersed and left the poor young lad sweating from the fear of being singled out. Queen, is there something you need of me by asking me to stay? The nervous lad croaks this out. Have you seen this man in the portrait? She narrows in her eyes, causing a new layer of white surface on the lad's face. I. Blowing up with dangerous light now. Speak. Where is he? If you dare lie, then that person's fate will be yours next. After much choking and struggling of the tongue, a clear answer eventually came forth. A while back I saw him battling with someone else in the forest. He got injured and escaped. Afterwards I don't know what happened to him. Having said that, he immediately got to his knees in a kowtowing stance. Queen, it wasn't deliberate, I didn't intend to watch him get hurt. If I had known he was your brother, I would have done everything I can to save him. Immensely cold and dangerous in her aura, Bai Yan's fists clenched harder and harder until the very bones in there started to crackle. She couldn't help it. When this bastard mentioned Bai Xiao being injured and had to flee, her heart twisted in pain like someone just ripped it out and wring it dry. That lovable brother. That sensible kid who would use his own body to take the beatings in her place. Everything from the past came swelling back in her memories and suffocated her breathing. Do you know where he went? Shaking his head with distinct fear in those eyes. I don't know, but I know it's people from the celestial realm who hurt him. Celestial realm. Gnashing her teeth, an unbridled fury roars out of Bai Yan's throat, wanting to engulf that very name in flames. If those people dare to hurt my brother, then I will subvert the entire world if I must to exact revenge. Now the debt between her and the celestial realm just went up by another card. Sure, she's still hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from reaching the goal of payback, but the determination was there and won't be removed under any circumstances. Yen. Coming over to give her a hug from behind, Di Song's voice grew tender and warm like he's going to change whatever ill fate that might befall his brother-in-law. Don't worry, I will help you find that boy. He will be all right. Di Song, do you know? Although I am not the original Bai Yan, but the memories of the past remained with me like a vivid picture, deeply imprinted into my mind. I still remember. When I was being bullied and hurt with no one to turn to, it was he who used his thin, frail body to protect me. His worry won. He was clearly the one who needed protection back then, but each and every time it was he who shielded me. And then I didn't even say goodbye that year when I fled. I caused him so much pain, yet he never blamed me for any of it. Ditsong, I can clearly give him the protection that we lacked back then with my current influence and power, but you know. He would rather gain his own so that he can make a peaceful place for me. That's what he said. Pausing with choking grief. Bai Xiao is my brother, my one and only brother. He's injured while away from home. How can my heart not ache and worry for him? Aching at his wife's distress, Song hurries to give that trembling body a hug. Yen, believe in me. I will see to it he returns to us safely. After a long while of this sobbing picture, Yen finally regains her composure with eyes of steel plastered across that face. Song, I'm going to the celestial realm. Making a frown. Now? Yes, I'm going now. My mother and brother might be there right this instant. They are both my family, so I'm going to bring them back home. Looking at the woman's resolute face, Song didn't object to the idea. Just that. Can you give me a bit of time first? Song. Yen makes a surprised look at her own husband. Give me a little more time. Although I can't conquer the entire celestial realm for you, but the time will give me room to create a safe haven over on that side for you. With deep feelings and tenderness in those eyes, he kissed her on the forehead. Promise me this. Give me a little more time and I will accompany you to find my mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Okay. Yen knew her insistence on the matter would only worry this man. Therefore she didn't resist. I'll wait for a while longer and use this period to improve my strength. When I break into the celestial rank, he won't need to worry so much anymore. At least enough to protect those close to me, that should be enough, right? Despite the reassuring smile coming off of Song's face, underneath it all were not the thoughts and feelings of someone with confidence. It looks like the plan must be advanced ahead of time. If Shower is being attacked, then they might be doing it because of me and Yen. Watching all of this from the sideline, Xiaowan was extremely envious of the teen mentioned in their conversation. So this is the bond of having a sister, it's so good. Why can't I have an older sister like Yen, and not this mean old grumpy brother of mine? Yen, are you tired? Your complexion isn't looking so great. Asked the man who's oblivious to his own sister's bemoaning. Nodding. I'm not sure either, but my body's been feeling sleepy and tired all the time recently. Bring me inside Song, I want a rest. This explanation relieved the Demon King, who's already got a lot on his plate. It's good that it's nothing. Although the bed here can't be compared to the palace's, you should still rest on it a little. After saying that, Song carefully supported the woman out of the hall like she's some sort of frail item that would shatter at the slightest bump. His worry, too. What are you still doing here? Said the demon princess towards the dumb-looking young man who had been stayed by Yen earlier. Are you going to scram, or do I have to kick you out? Shuddering, the individual didn't need no urging to throw himself out the door. He's afraid this girl would take his life for being even a second too later. Princess. Dragoni then comes over and gives the girl a slight tug of the sleeve. When will brother come out? Cheering up in her mood at the sight of this cute missy, Xiaowan unconsciously reached down to pinch the pink little cheek. Smiling. You've already taken my sister-in-law as your godmother. Why are you still calling me princess? Raising a super sweet smile. Auntie. That's good, said the princess with a stupid grin. Thankfully I have you to stick around with me. Those heartless pair always leave me behind. Come, your auntie here will take you out to eat delicious things. At this moment the sweet Dumbaklutz has discovered the benefits of having a niece, because she won't be so bored with this extra companion. Oh, I can't wait for sister-in-law to get another baby. A girl would be the best. Auntie, are you state teacher's wife? Staring curiously, the little dragoness suddenly looks up to ask using that childish voice. Stiff in the face and lips twitching, Xiaowan had to take a good moment to calm her fluttering heart. Who told you that? Listening to rumors is no good, Dragoni. I am still an unwed maiden. But that's what everyone in the demon realm says. Twinkling like the starry stars in the night sky, Dragoni didn't carry any room for doubt. Going white again, Xiaowan bites her lip like a rattled fox. Dragoni, you mustn't let those people fool you. Your auntie and state teacher. We aren't in any kind of relationship. Growling, don't let me find out who is spreading all these rumors. I'll show them. Shame for her though. The main reason there's such rumors floating about in the demon realm was all thanks to Song. Even if she does figure out the source, it's not like this scaredy fox would go do anything. Back over in the main bedroom, Song and Yen had just gotten into a comfortable position on the bed. Yen, don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you no matter the cost. Holding her head against his chest, his arm seemingly wants to melt their body together by this gesture. Slightly startled by his words, Bai Yan's forehead tightened in discomfort. What's going on? It's nothing, said the man, kissing her forehead in an attempt to stop her worrying. I only don't want to lose you, that's all. After saying this, Song leans over and kissed her on the lip, letting his emotion flow into her by mingling their tongues together. He wanted her, and she wanted him. There's no denying it as their panting breath huffed and groaned from the desire erupting from within. Eventually the man's hand tears away the last layer of fabric shielding his prize, and that's all he needed to see. Nothing was going to stop him now. Erecting his weapon of choice, he reaches down, prying her legs apart and aimed for the wet sanctuary of all men between her thighs. Yin Yin, I love you. He purrs beside her ear, getting a silent nod from the flushed woman beneath himself, indicating she's ready. He thrusts it in the next, powerful and deep in his ramming, getting a cry of pain and ecstasy from her mouth as that back arched upward to form to the shape of his rod. Bai Yan moaned as the man dug deeper and deeper into her with every thrust, curling those toes after coming close to the first orgasm. Truthfully, she almost wanted to push him away initially from the lack of foreplay as a form of punishment, but it was too late. The reflexive clench from her abdomen had hooked his manhood due to all that throbbing in the final push. Then again, this devilish of a man wasn't going to let her go anyways at this point, and they were just beginning for the night. Oh, a good sleep later with much sex in between. Bai Yan was feeling rather drowsy on this morning as the faint light shot through the window screen to land on her closed eyes. Gradually opening them, the view was groggy at first until it eventually orientated to that striking and familiar face she spent all night connecting with. It's a happy one but also a yearning one for more. His worry 3. Yin Yin, why don't you go back to the mainland during this period? Since your strength is now higher, you should be able to enter the 3 miracle hidden underneath the 3 powers there. It must be something incredibly useful if the people from the spirit realm wanted it so much. Musing over the suggestion, Bai Yan eventually nods in agreement. Okay. That's great. I have other things to do for now so I won't go back with you but I'll come later. His voice low and hoarse, almost tickling against the woman's ear when he whispered the intent over. You're not done yet? She was slightly taken aback by the fact, looking up and staring into his eyes for confirmation. Understanding why, Song reaches over to give her a hug of reassurance. It will be fast, I will come back to you very soon. Then this time you? Something choked in her throat then. Bai Yan wanted more information, but failed to ask in the end, fearing what she didn't want to hear. I originally came because I heard there were people trying to harm you, but now that you're safe, it's time I went back. Working towards our future is something a man should do, don't you agree, my love? Her heart shook at that proclamation. If those are sweet words of trying to score points with Bai Yan, then it's definitely working. She's feeling warm inside and would gladly take another round with this devilish bastard who wrecked her insides last night. Yin Yin, I will not let you live in danger with our son and unborn daughter. As your husband and their father, I will do everything to remove any obstacle in the way. Giggling at the shamelessness of that last bit. And how do you know I'm going to have a daughter? Because... The man's finger slowly slides down to her belly. We already have one trying to compete with me for your attention. I now need a girl to divert his focus less he comes clinging to you every day. Slightly twitching in the corner of her lip, Bai Yan has had to hand it to this man. How much does he frown upon his own son? Once we have a daughter, we can then throw her to Xiachen, leaving only the 2 of us to roam the world in peace and joy. Upon fantasizing the beautiful future, Song's face evokes a dashing grin that could amaze the world if frozen in time. We're not taking our daughter? She asks with a frown. It's enough to have Xiachen by her side. Besides, only you are allowed to get close to me, no one else is allowed. That includes his own daughter, no exception. And I don't need to worry with that boy in charge. If any brat dares to get close to my daughter, he will clobber them in my stead. A flash of hard sternness flickers across Song's eyes. Just because he doesn't want to take his daughter along on their merry trip doesn't mean he doesn't like her. In fact, he's going to be more protective of his daughter than the mother here in question. Bai Yan literally went black from the bleak future awaiting her own daughter. She could already imagine the sort of picture where the girl gets overly protected by her boy and husband like 2 guardian gods that would repel any pompous lad who dares to draw too close. It's getting late now. I need to go back. Showing a smile, she hooks those arms around the man's neck and imprints her own version of a French kiss onto those lips. I'm going to get much stronger, just you wait, Deetsong. You won't be the only one conquering those from the celestial realm. I too will make them pay the price with their own blood. That remark was damning for Deetsong. He knew this wife of his has always been the strong-headed type, but her will was simply too perfect for his own. Unable to resist the urge, he throws himself at her and raises another storm on the bed this morning. Oh Yin Yin, I can't get enough of you at all. He reaches down and presses in, forcing his way in just like last night. His worry, for it wasn't until near noon before the man stopped his rapid act of procreation that Bai Yen could finally get herself dressed for the day's work. Nevertheless, she gave him one final kiss before striding out for the door. Deetsong, I'm going to leave with Emo Li Shang and Dragonian bit. She swings her head with her back still turned at the doorframe. But I expect you to have someone inform me if you find any clue regarding my brother's whereabout. For this man though, his focus didn't lie with that brother-in-law though, nay. He's more focused on the strange young man who's been tailing his wife lately. You and that Emo Li Shang, what sort of relationship do you have with him exactly? I know he's not related to you, that much I'm certain. Standing there with his body still naked and hefty arsenal dangling between his crotch, he stares at her with curiosity and worry. Him? He lost his memory when I picked him up from the road. As it so happens, I ended up bumping into him again at this border town, that's why I kept him around. But why do I keep getting the sensation that he's looking at you wrong? Making a grumbling sound, he starts getting all sour in his voice. That's the same look a man gives to their favorite woman, I don't like it. Amused by this, Bai Yen couldn't take it anymore and turned completely to meet his gaze. You know, you are such a petty fox. He's no more than a child to me, not to mention he's lost his memories. At most he's only a brother to me. Flash stepping over to the doorway to embrace his wife's waist. Deetsong uses his other hand to pinch up at her cheek. I don't care. If he has any unfavorable motive about you, then I'll turn him to ash for having thoughts about my woman. She can only be my wife, no one else can touch. That includes ogling her or having bad thoughts. That's so. She starts giggling with an amused flavor. Then what about Chu Yifeng? Why aren't you going to make trouble for him? Speaking of his wife's godbrother, the sourness and petty nature immediately poured out of this great demon king. Almost frowning. If he didn't protect both you and Xiachen in your times of need, I would have pummeled him to the ground already. Downright bursting out laughing now, Bai Yen went ahead to wrap her own hands around this naked man's waist before leaning her head onto that defined chest. There's a loving air hovering around her eyes, clearly taken by his possessiveness for once. You should stop being so petty, Deetsong. I only have you in my heart and everyone else is only a friend to me. What she said there was a fact. Ever since Bai Yen decided to take him as her husband, she's decided long ago not to keep any of her inner feelings hidden. Only openness and the truth. Sure enough, every drop of that sourness promptly dissipated from Deetsong's face, leaving only a gleeful look of satisfaction. Yin Yen, I will definitely keep my promise to you. This was his oath to her. Not only in this life but the next and the one after that as well, forever till the end. If he couldn't achieve that, then Deetsong intends to perish in heart and soul along with her if that's what it means to be at her side. After going their separate ways, the man staying behind to get dressed and the woman leaving, Bai Yen didn't make it very far before being stopped in her tracks. The main reason being Wu Xiong standing at the other end of the long corridor of this estate past the bedroom. Lady, I am here to be at your command. Due to being so surprised by the third party standing there, Bai Yen actually flushed with embarrassment and didn't know how to respond at first. How much did you hear? She anxiously asks, dreading the impending answer. Hurrying to shake his head like a rocking drum. I didn't hear anything, nothing at all. Quit joking around. So what if I heard the love talk and moans and cries of this boss lady? I'd be damn stupid to admit to that now. His worry 5. Mood improved by the obvious lie. Bai Yen didn't want to press the awkward issue. Instead, she got back to why this guy's standing near her place of rest. Why are you looking for me? Wu Xiong grew cautious in his tone. Lady, I am now your slave already, don't you have anything to instruct me? Landing her sight on that square-shaped face, her expression furrowed and hard. Didn't I tell you before already? You are slaves to the demon race as a whole and not to me, but since you are here anyways, I want you to go help call my daughter over along with Shang Shang. Yes, lady. Hurrying to give his bow of compliance, he turns and almost ran for it before being called again. Wait a minute. Go call that He Ling over as well. She adds, causing a look of surprise in Wu Xiong's face before it returned to normal. A while later, Dragoni and the rest had arrived before Bai Yan's presence. The little missy was ecstatic to see her godmother again after the previous night's outing into the local market. Mother. Her voice innocent and lovely as usual. Go pack up everyone, we're leaving this city now. Queen Mother, Queen Mother. The milky doll of a baby nearly threw himself at Bai Yan's feet after breaking free from Emo Li Shang's grasp. Did you ask His Majesty about my origin? A touch of embarrassment flew into Bai Yan's face over that question. She didn't know how to answer that without making the baby sad. What, was this woman supposed to tell everyone she's been too busy having wild sex last night with her man, and then forgot again this morning when they went for a second round? Hell no. Thankfully the situation got resolved by the little missy who bluntly answered him. Hanging his little head. The dolly baby that's Molly could only make a moping face after getting the disappointing response. I promise you, Molly, I will ask for you next time, okay? Giving the baby's head a warm hug, she felt terrible right now for her own carelessness. Still dejected, Molly nevertheless nods in agreement. Okay, Queen Mother, you must help me ask next time though, okay? I really want to know where I came from and why all my kin died. And why the annals recorded in history never mention anything about flying pigs or anything related to that in the old stories. This dolly baby has always regarded himself as a special existence, mainly because of the wings on his back. That's why he's never willingly admitted to being a pig. Lady, Wu Xiong meekly chimes in with a smile then. I've called He Ling over as well. Do you need anything else of me? Rubbing her chin in contemplation. He and you will follow me to the mainland. The mainland? He Ling's mouth twitched profusely at the notion. Does she mean that human realm where it's pitifully short on resources, even worse than this border city? As unwilling as he was about going, He Ling didn't have the nerve to object. He could only bow his head and press down his inner grudge for further instruction. Wu Xiong, don't forget your promise. Bai Yan shoots a warning stare over to the big guy before leaving. If you can't get any news regarding Bai Ning, then I'm afraid your only future is to become the playmates of those demons with a peculiar taste in their sex. Shivering right down to his spine. Lady, I will do everything in my power to complete that mission. You can count on it. Miracle 1. Holy Land. On a certain beautiful island filled with blossoming flowers and plum trees, two individuals, Lord Wu Wei of the Misty Fairy House and Bai Chong Feng of the Medicine Sect, were arguing with heated flare in their faces that went all the way up to the ear. Meanwhile on the side was Lord Chu Ran of the Holy Land. He's making a helpless face at the contention between these two parties who barged into his territory on this day. Why did the two of you come to my holy land if you want to fight? There's your own medicine sect and Misty Fairy House, go there instead. My little holy land can't afford to host the two of you, so hurry and leave. There's good reason for Lord Chu Ran to make such a demand. The two over there were some of the strongest cultivators on these lands. If they start a brawl on his home, then it might as well become a wasteland afterwards. So for the sake of keeping peace on the Holy Land, and for his own home, he must hurry and send these two troublemakers away. Unexpectedly, instead of leaving as told, the look these two gave to this host was that of discontent and anger. This holy island is my granddaughter's place, why can't I come and see? Rather it's this old thing here. Bai Chong Feng points accusingly at his in-law. Why is this bastard from the Misty Fairy House here? I want an answer. The matter regarding Bai Ning has always been a thorn in this old grandpa's heart. Therefore it didn't take much to provoke it when finding someone he didn't want to see here of all places. Talk about a volcanic eruption. Ignoring the furious look coming his way, Chief Wu Wei first organizes his own clothes before speaking. I came to have a look at my granddaughter's place. Regardless of whether or not Yan Yan is willing to recognize me as her grandfather, my son is still her father. That won't change regardless of your opinion. In other words, their bloodline was inseparable. No matter how angry this old grandpa was, Bai Yin was still his blood and kin regardless of what others want. Bai Chong Feng snorts with derision. Your wife and son aren't bad, I'll give you that. However, until my daughter is found, I will never forgive you for what you've done back then." Against the grief-stricken face of his foe, Chief Wu Wei didn't have any rebuttal. He knows the fault lies with him, so he kept silent on the topic. What else was he supposed to say? That he deliberately didn't want Bai Ning to marry his so back then, and that it's the girl's fault for not revealing her background ahead of time. That's ridiculous even to his own ear. Let's calm down, everyone. This matter happened long ago, plus Chief Wu Wei here knows he's wrong. Lord Chu Ran starts playing as the mediator. More importantly though, didn't he promise to help find Bai Ning at all cost? She's still his son's love, so there's no question about his sincerity, is there? That comment did help soothe the mood in Bai Chongfeng's heart. However, the look of disdain didn't leave the old grandpa's face at all. "We will talk when I have my daughter back. If I find out this old thing dares to bully my beloved daughter when she does, I will take both Yan Yan and her away and never let him see them again. I've made some stupid mistakes before." Chief Wu Wei heaves a long sigh in response. "I know that, don't worry. As a upfront promise, I will use my remaining lifetime to make up to your daughter and never let anyone hurt them again. Is that good now?" Miracle 2. "How come you're all here?" It's then when their argument was at a standstill, a faint soft voice cuts in from above and catches their ear. In particular was Bai Chongfeng and Chief Wu Wei, who immediately recognized the said owner. Dressed in a rosy red dress, her figure was mesmerizing under the brilliant light of the glistening sun. "It's great that you're all here. Now I don't have to go out of my way to find each one of you. I'm just curious, did all three of you carry the keys for the miracles? If so, can I have it?" At first Bai Chongfeng was taken aback by this request and furrowed his forehead. However, he eventually released the tension to only turn it into absolute shock on his old face. "You broke into the Saint rank high level at that? How long has it been since she first stepped into the monarch rank? How can she make so many breakthroughs? This is ridiculous." Chief Wu Wei didn't fare much better either. He's bleeding inside, one for being the one who pushed this amazing granddaughter away before she was even born, and then destroying the bond that he was supposed to hold as her grandfather. "If only I didn't break up my son's relationship with her mother, then Yenner would have grown up happily in my misty fairy house. Perhaps her achievement would surpass what she has now with the proper support from the very beginning." "You!" Chu Ran laments a sigh at the sight of this woman. "I still remember when Zhengqi brought you back here for the first time. You were so severely injured that there's not a trace of your body that wasn't covered in blood. But look at you now, quietly advancing into the peak of the saint rank already." Bai Chongfeng openly frowned at that comment. "What did you just say? When she came to the Holy Land she was covered in blood?" "Yes." The Holy Lord faintly nods in confirmation. Back when Zhengqi brought her back, the girl's strength was very weak, incomparable to her current strength. What followed had gone deaf to Chief Wu Wei's ear. In his mind, the only thing that kept reverberating across his head was that heart-wrenching sentence, "covered in blood, severely injured." As one could imagine, if Zhangqi, the third elder of the Holy Land, didn't bring the girl and her son back that day, what sort of fate would have awaited them? It couldn't be good if she got that injured. "Thank you." Inhaling deeply, the medicine lord turns to make a deep bow to Lord Chu Ran. There's only sincerity in his old eyes right now and nothing else. Over the years there had been countless feuds between the Holy Land and Medicine sect, but with this truth coming to light, it's bound to be resolved without problem. "Why are you all acting so soppy all of a sudden? That happened years ago, am I not fine and well right now?" Bai Yin comes down from the air with her daughter in hand. "Isn't that right? I'm fine now, so that's all it matters. Yenner, we've been carrying the key on us from the very beginning. Now that you've reached the minimum requirement, it's time we gave it to you." After saying this, the medicine lord was the first to rummage through his storage ring, bringing out a half-moon-shaped object. Then it was Chief Wu Wei of the Misty Fairy House who brought out a similar item, and when combined with the former, it just so happens to form a glowing shape of a sun. However, it was Lord Chu Ran of the Holy Land who had the actual-looking key that fits exactly into the middle of the whole of said artifact. Miracle 3. In a booming flash of brilliance, a ray of white light beams down from the aerial void, landing directly in front of Bai Yan's spot and dazzles the entire island. Moments later, the light eventually subsides, but it didn't leave behind nothing. There's a huge bronze gate emitting a strange glow of divinity after it receded. Bai Yin found herself unable to control her own motor skills. She's like a moth right now, being drawn in captivation to a burning pyre of flame. Though beautiful, it's dangerous and likely to lead to self-destruction. In the end, her entire existence disappears from sight as the light envelopes her body once the gate opens. Lord Chu Ran made a solemn look at this change. Lord Bai, Chief Wu Wei, go call your elite disciples here. We need to stand guard while she's away. I don't know what will happen, but we cannot allow any form of interruption during this period. The two grandfathers nodded in agreement regarding this matter. They too don't know the consequences of this bronze gate being destroyed, but they have no intention of finding out when it's their own granddaughter that's in there. Very soon, a formidable fighting force was gathered at the Holy Land, with many speculating the reason for their summoning. Back over on Bai Yan's side, things were very quiet and eerie. There's nothing but a sea of mist that blocked off her view in whatever place she got transported to. In the end, she could only wander around aimlessly searching for signs or clues to what to do next. Unbeknownst to the woman herself though, she has never been alone since her arrival. Surrounding her within the mist were 4 hazy figures: a tiger, dragon, phoenix, and a turtle. They made up the 4 loyal guards that has always protected her. Minutes later, hours passed. It soon became clear that this wasn't going to get her anywhere. But then it happened. In the middle of aimless wandering, Bai Yin suddenly bumped into some invisible force with her forehead and nearly fell backwards from the impact. You're here. A powerful force booms seemingly from the far-off distance like it's some sort of gigantic flood, causing the female in question to go blank from the wave. Despite the sound signature being clearly that of a woman's, it's hardly feministic or gentle. In fact, it's majestic and strong like a hero of a battlefield. Furthermore, a powerful gush of sadness suddenly overcomes Bai Yan's heart, causing an unusual sense of familiarity for the woman herself. Now that you have come, it proves you are qualified in this life to challenge those from the celestial realm. Regaining her composure after being released from her turbid state, Bai Yin carefully spoke. Who are you? You are me, and I am you, the woman's voice explains. Right now the task at hand is to increase your strength. Only by doing so can you deal with those shameless individuals from the celestial realm. Celestial realm? A frown appears on Bai Yan's perplexed face. What happened between you and them? Can I know the reasoning behind the strong grudge? A snarling laugh rocks the world. It's filled with disdain and disgust like that of someone speaking about their sworn enemy. Those hypocrites wanted to use me because I'm considered special in their eyes. When I didn't play along with their plan, they announced to the world that I would destroy everything that is known to mankind. They hunted me for their greed and their deception. And then there's that so-called childhood friend of mine. I trusted him, believed in him when he said he would protect me as long as he lives, but for the sake of the celestial realm, he abandoned me and joined forces with those who wished me harm. Bai Yan's heart quivered at the notion. She's supposed to be listening in from the perspective of an outsider, yet it's not giving her that unrelated emotion that should have been there. It's painful, so painful that she wanted to clench her own heart from the intense pounding. Then that's when the picture of that man in white appeared again, the one from her dreams. She understands now. The unknown individual with his back facing her. He's the childhood friend mentioned here by that voice, the betrayer. Miracle for a person who ignores her for the sake of the celestial realm. Did you just say you were special? She frowns. Can you tell me why? It took a minute for that voice to return, but it did eventually after leaving Bai Yin standing there. I cannot tell you. It brought me great disaster when I became aware of that truth not long after my persecution. For your safety, you need to wait because it will only hinder your development with your strength. Pausing for a second, the voice seems to have thought of something else. And this wisp of my soul, its mission is to tell you something important. Do you have a little dragon around? Bai Yin widened her eyes in surprise. Are you talking about Dragoni? Yes, you must keep her safe. She is the one who can protect you in the future. In addition, I am ashamed to say that I owe the 4 sacred beasts an apology in failing them. My hope is that you can find them again. Musing for a second before speaking. Suzaku is still alive and well, and I've found Azure Dragon and White Tiger already. Now the only one missing is Black Turtle. Black Turtle. The voice suddenly choked at the name. I remember burying him in another place. If he's reincarnated, he's going to be there as well. I'm sorry, I can't remember where exactly, it's been so long. No matter how powerful one was in life, a wisp of their soul was still just a wisp. Plus, it's been so long, the past was bound to leave this voice like everything in life. Bai Yin looked up, wanting to trail the voice. However, the view has become obscured again by the mist at this point. You don't have to look, you can't see me, and I don't want you to see me either, said the voice with a tinge of cheer in there. What's more, what is there to see? I am you after all. Bai Yin hung her head, contemplating the words she's heard so far, and the illusionary dreams about that battlefield. So that's my past life? I believe what you've said, but that's not what I'm here for. They say the 3 keys can open a miracle here. That's what I'm seeking. Only by being stronger can I fight my enemies. The voice suddenly breaks out into a chuckling laugh, somehow portraying no emotion yet able to dazzle Bai Yin into a trance due to how beautiful it was. I did give the items that could open up this place to 3 different individuals back then. I just didn't expect them to pass it down as some sort of miracles. Bai Yin pricks her brow, not miracles? Then those from the spirit realm really came for nothing last time. No matter, it's good that I got in here. At least I now know what I must do, and the question about that battlefield is now resolved. But, the woman's voice pauses again. What I left behind may be useless for others, but it's indeed a miracle for you specifically. Lighting up in her eyes. What do I need to do? You don't have to do anything. Let my soul merge with you and you will naturally break through into the celestial rank. Compared to the heroic and majestic tone from earlier, the voice now grew softer and more caring. Though the suggestion startled Bai Yin for a second, she didn't back down. Alright, what do you need me to do during the fusion? Don't resist my entry, relax and take in everything that is me. I will guide my soul and yours together, becoming one again. Merging of the soul, one. Bai Yin slowly closed her eyes as instructed, however. It's exactly then a strange force rushed into her mind and dived straight into the soul. It's painful, like a sharp needle piercing through her skin, causing a shudder to run down her spine. Nevertheless, she endures and allowed the other side to enter with ease. Due to the fact that their souls are consciously trying to merge, Bai Yin had the ability to detect everything that's happening from within. This meant that the female soul that entered her body was in all intent exposed to her probing. She wore an average and plain-looking dress, nothing special about that. But the eerie and spooky smirk that appeared on the woman's face sent the alarms in Bai Yan's mind blaring. Boom! Without indication, an intense force blasted the main core that was her own soul, causing a mouthful of blood to come squirting out of the mouth. What are you trying to do? She said, biting her lips in exasperation as those hands clenched into a fist. Kakeek! The strange and eerie laugh rocked her mind, making Bai Yan's complexion to go white and losing all forms of color. Do you know how many years it has been since I was in here? Although I was part of your soul when I first split from you, but now my consciousness is my own and not a simple fragment of yours anymore. If it wasn't for the sealed powers of the 4 sacred beasts in here protecting you from me at the beginning, I would have reaped control of your body from the very start. But you are foolish, opening yourself up to me without a second thought. Quivering at the truth, Bai Yan's eyes instinctively looked up to the sky where the hazy contour of the 4 sacred beasts appeared. They're attacking the barrier that's blocking off herself from them, and they're very anxious and urgent to get to her. A wisp of soul can have their own personality? Muttering this like she's speaking to herself, Bai Yan's temple furrowed into a knot at this new knowledge. It's exactly as this fragmented soul said. It's what Bai Yan's previous self had left behind, but through the baptism of eons past, this thing has now developed its own personality and intends to wipe the original host away in order to take the body. You can't even begin to imagine the sort of things I had to go through. Day in and day out, waiting here in this place with no knowledge of I will ever get out because of you. But you have come, and so willingly at that. I thank you for the opportunity, the other me. Don't worry though, I will love your husband and son like you did. After all, we are the same person in the end. Originally Bai Yan was flustered and even panicked at the predicament she threw herself into. But once Deetsong's name was brought up and the image of that dashing masculine face popping up in her mind, any hesitation and uncertainty was resolved. She's determined not only for her own life, but for her husband and most importantly her own boy. That naughty yet lovable son of hers, the one Bai Yin could never leave behind. I need no one else to love them. I alone am enough. Don't get ahead of yourself. Bursting open her eyes with fire in them. I am the original. I refuse to believe a mere fragment of my own soul can outdo the original. You will be defeated by me and will submit to my will. Humph, I have never yielded in my life. Not this one or the past. Even against the heavens I have never feared, let alone a mere shard of my former self. Thinking up to here, Bai Yin didn't wait and sat herself into a meditative pose, gathering all her focus on battling this invasive force. Merging of the soul too. Boom! A powerful and raging force explodes out of Bai Yan's core, forcing the invasive soul to backpedal several steps. You're just a high-level saint rank, how is that possible? There's horror and disbelief in the female soul's eye. Sneering, it was her turn to go on the offensive. It may not be possible for others, but it's me. And you're just a part of me in essence. Damn it. A flash of viciousness flared in the soul's eye. Originally she only said all that in order to make Bai Yin loosen her guard. She didn't expect the effects to be counter-effective and make her blow up. No. I've waited for over 1,000 years, I cannot give up on this chance. I don't want to be just a soul. I want to be a real person. Determined as well, the soul fragment rushed towards Bai Yan's core again, her figure becoming sharp like a blade ready to tear into it. However, forget about drawing close, she didn't even manage that before being blown away by the invisible force. Didn't I say it already? You're just a part of me, and now I'm going to take you back. Bai Yin coldly states this with full-on malice in her words. Then without further urging, her own soul began to spread like a plague, which directly eases the anxious-looking ethereal beasts hovering outside the barrier. No! The soul fragment shrieks. Please let me go, I was wrong. I won't dare to go against you anymore, please don't melt me. Unfortunately for this overly confident existence, Bai Yin felt nothing at the plea. After all, it's like she said before, they are one and the same in the end. So without another word, her own soul completely tosses itself in with the attacker and becomes an entangled hot mess. And since the fusion of a soul doesn't happen in merely just a day or two, it would be a while before her consciousness fully returned to normal. Spirit Realm. Inside a large palace, Lu Qingyu spy was sitting quietly inside the garden pavilion when a girl hurried over to make a report. Miss, your father wants to see you. He's looking for me? She cocks a brow in surprise. Do you know why? I do not know, milady. Then you go first. The lady waves her hand, dismissing the maid with that gesture, and began musing over the sudden summoning. Ever since that day she submitted to Bai Yin at the Misty Fairy House, Lu Qingyu's life hasn't been her own to decide. Therefore, as unwilling as she was to return to the spirit realm, this woman could only do as told. Fortunately, the lies she spouted worked in front of her father's eye and didn't raise any form of doubt. Otherwise she wouldn't know what to do then. But this summoning after 2 months of nothing, it worries her. Uncle June, caressing her chin, a flash of coldness flickered in the lady's eye. Are you able to guess why that old thing is looking for me? Lu Qingyu was undoubtedly a noble lady of the spirit realm, but due to her father's lack of care and even disdain for her existence, she's never been able to experience the kind treatment that came with her status. Heck, even her surname was that of her own mother and not her father's. Merging of the soul 3. Junho's response came right away. I suspect the Spirit Lord is planning to make a big move. Shuddering inside, Lu Qingyu's posture grew tense. Let's go, we need to go investigate the matter. I can only hope that the old thing doesn't go to the mainland otherwise. With Bai Yan's current strength, she's no match for him. At that thought, the lady immediately headed out for the assembly hall, her face pale and unease apparent. Already inside the main hall, a fierce-looking white-haired elder was already sitting atop of the throne chair, his gaze scanning inspectively at the gathered crowd beneath himself. Sit down if you're here. Stone-hard and unreadable as usual in these types of meetings, Lu Qingyu takes the seat furthest in the back with Uncle June standing right beside her like a protective umbrella. I'll begin now that you're all here, said he Face Yang, Spirit Lord, with his powerful and overbearing voice. The seal has been lifted not long ago. That means we are no longer limited to this tiny place anymore. Prepare all of you, we're going to be attacking the mainland. That sent Lu Qingyu into a numbing chill. It's exactly as she suspected, they're attacking. Now the only question remains, were the wording right there? They're clearing aiming for the three miracles. Why say they're attacking the mainland as an excuse? Father, please allow your son I to handle this matter. In the seat furthest to the front, a man stands up and makes this proposal. Despite the individual being young in appearance, quite handsome and dashing even with a face no more than 30 or 40 years old, he's in fact over a century in age. Nodding in agreement regarding his favorite son's suggestion, He Feixiang didn't have any objection. Very well, you will be the leading figure in our attack at the main human world. Remember, no one is allowed to live once you are over there. Slaughter them all. This order shocked the lady for the second time today. She's staring wide-eyed in horror. Sure, Lu Qingyu too had attacked the mainland before, but she never told her men to slaughter the weak and innocent. This old thing is going to kill everyone on the mainland? That's genocide. Father, isn't that too much? Gritting her teeth, the lady forces herself to make a protest despite knowing the sort of discrimination against herself. Isn't it enough to simply expel those living there when occupying the mainland? Why must we let a river of blood flow? Shut your mouth. Father does not need someone like you dictating what he does or doesn't. He Lu, the oldest son, snaps, his voice sarcastic and mocking. Besides, the inhabitants of those lands are nothing but insects in comparison to us, the denizens of the spirit realm. What right does mere pests have to share in the resources that should have rightfully belonged to us? Although the level of spiritual particulars in this small little realm were superior to the mainland, but it's still small in comparison. There's food, there's land, and there's many unexplored resources waiting to be exploited. How could He Lu endure the boring days that was the spirit realm? I am not dictating Father's decision, I'm. Lu Qingyu clenches her fist, a flash of anger permeating those eyes. However, before the lady could finish her words, an interruption was shot over in the form of a cold snickering sneer. You're nothing but a bastard child with a different surname. How dare you talk back to me? Father's words are law, and the world has always been the survival of the fittest. Those insects are only good as a stepping stone for us. Lu Qingyu's expression flew into a rage. If she hadn't known these people wouldn't heed her words, then she might have really lost it. In the end, this lady could only retract her emotions like a stone statue to their ridicules, just like in the past. Merging of the soul for Father. She looks directly up to her own father with firm eyes. There is a girl from the mainland, the wife of the Demon King. If we massacre the lives in the human world, I fear it might provoke the demon realm in force. He Feixiang had a frown on his old face then. It's not like he doesn't know about this intel. In fact, he knew more than he let on to the public. For example, regarding the incident where Ditsong exterminated the former Snake Clan because of that woman, he knows about it too. However, there's not only the three miracles that's attractive in this spirit lord's eye, there's also many other treasures awaiting him. I am firm on this matter. There's no need for further discussion. Lu Qingyu, the matter is settled and will be handled by your brother He Lu. Piercing her own palm with the nails, Lu Qingyu gets up from her seat with a deep look. Father, you will regret it one day for not listening to me today. Without another word, she turns and left for the outside in a decisive manner. Father, this girl is too wild. Are you just going to let her be? We must teach her a lesson. He Lu grits his teeth, curving his lips into a smirk. Teach her a lesson? Son, that can be left to a later date. The first and foremost is conquering the mainland. If you can complete that mission well, I will make you my heir. Yes, Father. A flare of delight enveloped the man's eye. That's right, Lu Qingyu, I will be the heir one day. And you, on the other hand, can only be an insect under my feet. All right, that will be all, everyone. Go back and carry out your businesses. Waving his hand, the spirit lord dismisses the group. Yes. Cupping their fists, they complied readily and dispersed. Oh. Originally He Lu was still ecstatic at his own future prospect, but that soon changed as soon as he's out the door. What are you still doing here? Huffing a grunt, he asks the woman in white. Are you really going to slaughter the humans living there? Ho, he sneers. Nothing but a group of insects, what do you care? If you don't listen to me, then don't blame me for your own destruction. Squinting her eyes in, Lu Qingyu carried a coldness in there that it's piercing. Just because you are incapable of doing something doesn't mean I will be the same as you. He Lu crosses his arm around the chest, the posture taunting. If you think you are so incredible, then go seduce that demon realm's king. Maybe then father will have a new opinion about a bastard child like you. You! Flushing red, Lu Qingyu was done at this point, whisking her sleeve as she turned away. Don't drag me down with you if you're so insistent on dying. Let's not mention the part about herself being Bai Yan's servant. Even if there's not that layer of relationship, she still wouldn't dare go seduce Ditsong. Cruel, ruthless, bloodthirsty. That's merely a couple of the words used to describe that man. Lu Qingyu had no intent of becoming the second snake girl. After walking out of the estate and out of sight, she immediately turned around to give an order. Uncle June, go send someone to inform the demon realm regarding this matter. Actually, forget what I said and go in person. It's already too late to send a messenger. The spirit realm is bound to perish at this rate. I must carve a path out if I must survive in this chaotic era. Merging of the Soul 5. Holy Land. At the heart of this wondrous place, Lord Chu Ran was currently feeling quite uneasy as he stared at the bronze gate in front of himself. Elder Zheng Qi frisked. I keep getting this unsettling feeling recently that something bad is about to happen. The first elder heaves a sigh in return. Lord, you are overthinking this too much. The world right now is very peaceful, so don't think too much of it. I hope so. Making a bittersweet smile, Lord Chu Ran wanted to believe that. However, the unease only grew like a dark gloomy cloud hovering over his heart. Perhaps he's really jinxed it, but it's then an urgent-looking guard of the Holy Land came running over. His face showed panic and unease when kneeling. My lord, there is an old man by the name of Junhua seeking an audience with you. Junhua? It took a moment before the Holy Lord realized who this individual was and where he's heard the name. What's going on? Why is the spy Yenner sent back to the spirit realm over here again? It can't be. Something bad is going to happen? Making a dark and glum face. Let him come in at once. Yes, my lord. The guard bowed and retreated in haste. Back over on the other side, Junhua was currently pacing back and forth outside the main gate, when he suddenly realized how devoid of human presence his surroundings were. To think we have fallen to so low. A bittersweet smile curls out of the senior's lip, making him all the more sad in appearance. Despite not being favored back in the spirit realm, none would openly provoke his lady's territory, knowing how strong Lu Qingyu was. But now, a simple audience with the Holy Lord requires someone to inform the host first instead of bringing him right inside. That's a very different sort of greeting if it was in the past. Of course, the discontent was still only discontent. This old senior would never dare show it on the surface. After all, this place was Bai Yan's territory. He be courting death to start anything here. Minutes later, the gatekeeper returns with a tone that's more respectful than their initial meeting. Senior June, please head on inside. The Lord is already waiting inside. Along the way, there were countless disciples constantly peering over, their eyes extremely curious as to who this old grandpa was. Nevertheless, Junhua never met their gazes, only following closely behind the gatekeeper so that he would hurry up in the feet. Minutes later, after many twists and turns through the forest and gravel pathways, they have arrived at the central island housing Bai Yan's bamboo cottage. I remember Bai Yan had you go back to the spirit realm to act as a spy for her. Why did you return so soon? Is there something you need to say by seeking me out? Lord Chu Ran makes a frown that couldn't be missed, hurrying over with his hand cusped into a respectful manner. Holy Lord, I came at the behest of my lady to pass on a critical message. What message? A wave of unease shook Chu Ran's heart. His worst fears are starting to come true, he could feel it. It's those people from the spirit realm. They want to attack the mainland, and this time they don't intend to leave anyone alive, not even the civilians. Boom! The news was like a heavy hammer, smashing into the Holy Lord's heart until it's crushed and scattered to pieces. What did you say? First Elder Zhengqi snaps, his expression frantic as he grabbed onto the other man's collar. What kind of master do you have over there? How can he intend to slaughter everyone? And the innocents as well. Damn it. Breaking into the celestial rank 1, this world may be dictated by the old ancient rule of survival of the fittest, But no one in the upper echelons would ever issue such a callous order. There's not much other reason, simply because millions of lives are what they call weak. Murdering and slaughtering the main populace? That's absolutely crazy. Only a madman would try that. This order was issued by the Spirit Lord and will be carried out by his eldest son He Lu. I speculate there will likely be some celestial ranked masters coming with him, so you need to prepare. Celestial ranked? Chu Ran shuddered at the thought, his face extremely ugly. Even if the spirit realm sent a saint rank over, their three powers would still have trouble repelling the enemy, let alone masters one rank higher than that. Senior June, thank you for your message. Even in the face of such news, Lord Chu Ran didn't let himself fall into disarray. Slowly loosening his fist, I will let Bai Yan know about what you've done for us and nothing less. Only then did the senior release the breath that he didn't know he was holding in. For Jun Hua, the Holy Lord's promise was the most important and the main purpose for him coming in person. There's no need to worry so much, Holy Lord. I have already sent someone to go inform the demon realm and its king. I'm sure reinforcement are coming, and that they only need some time to prepare. Making a flattering smile so that he looks sincere. I'll take my leave first since it's getting late. Please begin making preparations during this period. Arching his fist, Senior June didn't look back and walked out of the Holy Land. Once the sight of the guests was gone, Lord Chu Ran didn't wait and narrowed his eyes in. Zhang Qi, go inform Bai Chongfeng and Chief Wu Wei to come here. Let them know we must discuss the matter as soon as they can make it. As much trust he has for Bai Yan, they could never entrust the survival of everyone in this realm to another outside force. At the very least, they must organize a resistance and backup plan lest they fail in the end. Important seeds must be kept safe and planted for the future. Yes, Lord. The first elder nods, showing the concern on his old face. Perhaps this time will be the greatest our Holy Land has ever come across since its inception. The medicine sect wasn't far from the Holy Land in terms of distances, rather it was the misty fairy house that required some traveling. Even so, it only took 2 days before both leaders arrived at the Holy Land after being informed of the situation. They are too much. Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect slams the table with his fist, causing the structure to shatter into 2 halves. Those blasted people from the spirit realm. It's enough that they tried to claim the miracle in our hands, they also want to massacre the human world. We can't do nothing. Chief Wu Wei was more level-headed when he spoke. Did you not hear Lord Chu Ran's word just now? They say there's going to be celestial rank masters coming with the invasion. Do you think with our strength of a saint rank can resist those people? That remark instantly sniffed the life out of the old grandpa because it's a fact, the truth. Let's not argue on this matter. Lord Chu Ran also had a worried face when he decides to join in their discussion. I've thought of this already. We do not need to defeat those that's coming. Instead, we should focus on stalling them until the reinforcements from the demon realm arrives to help us. That should be enough to secure our victory. Breaking into the celestial rank too. What solution do you have in mind, Lord Chu Ran? After stabilizing his mood, Bai Chongfeng asks with a deep concern in his old voice. Gather your elite disciples and remaining elders here. We will transfer them to the Holy Island. Why? Asked the old grandpa with a perplexed look. It's because one of my forefathers left behind a protective barrier around this island here. It's able to resist the attacks of a celestial rank for several days. That should be enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. Regarding the barrier around this holy island, not even Chu daughter was aware of it. That's how much emphasis the Holy Lord had for Bai Yan when he gave her this place. But what about the others? Bai Chongfeng laments a sigh, knowing full well what it meant for the less important members. Gritting his teeth, one could literally hear the hardness in Lord Chu Ran's voice. I cannot watch over that many people, so retaining our main fighting force is the utmost importance. Only by having the seeds protected will we be able to confront those from the spirit realm in the future. Settling down to get his act together, they will have to hide at the heart of the abyss forest with those demonic beasts. Bai Chongfeng and Chief Wu Wei both got it now. The man was gambling that the spirit realm wouldn't dare to openly attack the members of the demon realm. Sure, demonic beasts aren't capable of taking on human form yet, likely never will in their lifetime here in the human world, but they are still considered part of the demon realm. If they're slaughtered as well, It's bound to start a large-scale war for the transgression. I have noticed it through that Lu Qingyu's attitude from before. They're extremely cautious of the demon realm. I've confirmed this fact from the old texts in my treasury. Demons haven't always been so weak here in the mainland. In fact, they were feared and often avoided due to the protection provided by the demon realm thousands of years ago. The situation only changed after the various realms were sealed. So, I'm betting on those people not daring to enact the same carnage they wish to carry out on us to those living in the abyss. Chu Ran carefully explains his reasoning, believing it's logical and a good choice considering the circumstances they have to work with. Very well, we will do as you say, muttered the medicine lord. However, I will need to trouble you to bring my disciples over from the medicine sect. I still have other things I must do. What's the matter? I'm going to pick up the lawn house. Making a faint smile, the medicine lord didn't bother to hide his wish. They are the only ones who didn't abandon Yenner during her time of need. For that, I must keep them safe for her sake. I cannot allow my granddaughter to lose another family member. I know this will take up more room on the island. That's why I'm willing to subtract a couple of spots from my side to accommodate that family. Chu Ran actually gawked his mouth in surprise before issuing a long sigh with his head shaking. Taking that as his way of not agreeing, Chief Wu Wei immediately grew hurried like his counterpart. If not, we can subtract some spots from my misty fairy house. The Lan family must be able to hide inside the Holy Island. Making a bittersweet smile of his own, Lord Chu Ran decides to stop teasing the two. Let's stop arguing. I never said I won't agree. I'm just lamenting how lucky the Lan family is. If they didn't have such a wonderful granddaughter, they might not make it through this peril. Though the face showed a willingness to help, but the eyes were that of worry. If we work fast starting from today, I'm sure we will be able to accommodate over 3,000 people on this island. As for the Lan family, there are only a few of them. They can't take up much room. The promise elevated the tenseness in the two grandfathers' posture, and even changed by Chong Feng's former opinion of the Holy Lord. But, Chu Ran continues, in order to keep Bai Yan from being disturbed, I will still keep the surrounding area around the gate off limits to the disciples and elders. Breaking into the celestial rank 3, releasing a long breath that was in him, Bai Chongfeng knew there's no better arrangement. That's fine, I will go bring the Lan family over now. According to his calculations, that household should only have around 9 members in total if he included the aunts, uncles and kids. However, there's also that old dowager of the Lu Hua kingdom. She's also highly favored by his granddaughter. That's why he's also going to bring that woman here as well. In total, that makes 10 spots. Right now, the calamity that's about to befall the mainland was still unknown to most of the populace. In fact, it's calm like a serene puddle where there's no ripples on the surface. Is what you say true? Old Lord Lan spurts this after hearing it face first from the medicine lord. Bai Chongfeng didn't want to beat around the bush, so he firmly nodded in confirmation. I would never use the vast number of lives in this land as a joke. Chief Lan, do come with me to the Holy Land where it's safe. I'm sure Yenner would be very sad if anything happens to you. A response didn't come right away from the old grandpa who's known to have a bad temper. Instead, he gazed down at the floor as if contemplating something before looking back up with a helpless smile. I've seen many things over the years, whatever turbulent wave and wind. I've experienced it all. Take my wife and children away, I'm staying behind. Chief Lan. Bai Chongfeng frowns, not approving the decision in the least. What do you mean? Showing a bittersweet smile. Look around my home, it's not just my family who lives here. There are those who followed me through thick and thin. When my household was at its lowest, they never once thought of abandoning us. Now in front of such great danger, I cannot leave and ignore their lives. I owe it to them for that loyalty. At this moment the medicine lord felt like a rock just got chugged down into his throat, suffocating him from shame. How could he not turn red after hearing such proud words? He's the leader of one of the great powers, and what does he do? Leave behind most of the disciples while keeping only the main ones at a safe place. Regardless of the reasoning, it doesn't change the fact that he's abandoning them. Suddenly, the door got pushed open and in came an old lady using a crutch. Behind her were Lan Yu's son, and the rest of the family members. They're afraid the grandmother would suffer some sort of accident from exploding in rage. Old man, what are you planning by driving us away? Don't think you can stay behind on your own. The old madam of this household has always been elegant and gentle by nature. For her show such anger was beyond fathom in the eyes of these children. It didn't help either when she kept smacking the floorboard with that clutch, and looked like she might tip over from the loss of balance. Wife! Old Lord Lon sounded hoarse and troubled in his voice. You and the children need to leave with Lord Bai, don't worry about me. Did you not hear what he said? Me and the rest of the household will head into the abyss for refuge. The old madam huffs a grunt. Of course I heard what he said, but what makes you so certain those enemies wouldn't attack the abyss? I don't care, wherever you go I go. That statement has left the old stubborn grandfather in a bind. He wants his wife and children to be safe, but he also couldn't abandon the rest of the household to their own fate. Loyalty versus love for his family. The struggle here felt like it's tearing the poor man apart. Please listen to me first, Chief Lon, said the increasingly concerned medicine lord, making a cough. I and the demon beasts living inside the abyss forest are on somewhat familiar terms. Since you are so adamant about keeping your followers' safety, I will personally make a request to them, asking the locals to offer shelter to your men and women. They will be safe, that you don't need to fret. There's no lie. Old Lord Lon still sounded skeptical, flashing with light in his eyes at the flicker of hope to change this stubborn old guy's mind. Bai Chongfeng doubles down on the offer. If you are willing to come with me to the Holy Island, then I will keep that promise, of course. If you are not willing, well, I'm sorry, but I will have to take some drastic measures. Don't blame me afterwards. His argument sounded great and all, heck, it's very tempting even for the average gentleman. Sadly, there are risks involved regardless of how much sugar he added to those words. What if the spirit realm invaders decide to ignore the Holy Land and go slaughter the demon beasts in the abyss for some unknown reason? So, even if he has to drag this stubborn old man along, Bai Chongfeng would do it regardless of the individual's wish or will. Breaking into the celestial rank 4. Chief Lon, I know Yenner doesn't want to see you in danger. If the threat can't convince you, then I might as well directly knock you out to leave. Slowly rising from his seat, Bai Chongfeng's voice carried a faint hint of threat, showing how serious he was about the matter. Old Lord Lon was completely taken aback by this picture. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, the stubborn old grandfather didn't expect this famed medicine lord to be so despicably shameless. I have also heard that your eldest grandson is currently trying to woo the current queen of the Fengqi kingdom, is he not? Although that lassie isn't one of the core disciples of the Holy Land, but with my influence I can also get a spot on the Holy Island for her. What do you say, Chief Lon? That's a good offer on my part, isn't it? All smiles there. Bai Chongfeng whipped out the carrot and the stick, leaving nothing untouched in this discussion. Almost crying in his old face, old Lord Lon felt like a helpless kid right now in front of his own family and relatives, making a bittersweet smile in the end with obvious worry for the rest of his followers still. You're already going that far. What else can I say when it's either me being knocked unconscious or come willingly? Chief Lon, let's do this. Go speak with your people and have them all wear the exact same uniform. This way the demon beasts living in the abyss can recognize who they are, and keep a close eye on their safety. The abyss forest is treacherously dangerous to begin with. If anything, those from the Lon family can flee with the demon beasts when the going gets tough. They should have enough room to hide in that vast stretch of land. Then I will have to bother Lord Bai to arrange this, said the stubborn old grandfather. Old Madame Lon and the rest of the family were very much relieved by the stubborn man's compliance. They honestly thought he would get stupid again and refuse to leave with them. With the main goal completed, Bai Chongfeng figured it's time he told the rest of the world about the impending danger and how they should head to the abyss as well for safety. The ones whom believed the news didn't hesitate and promptly packed up their luggage at the first sunrise. The quickest to move would of course be the flower brothel, and the alchemist that Bai Yan helped produce. Hualuo has always been faithful to her mistress. By leading over 1,000 members under her, she led the first batch into the vast forest that made up the abyss. As for the second wave of refugees, it had to be the demon beast sect that submitted to the little steambun a while back. They are firmly in belief that the boy was their savior, and what other convincing did they need when their prized dragon was now acting all tame thanks to the boy's arrival? Unfortunately, more were of the opinion that Bai Chongfeng has lost his mind due to being old and senile. It couldn't be helped. The homes, the territories, the wealth, these were all precious to the commoners and lower factions out there. Telling them to abandon everything that was their foundation merely based on a single man's words were ludicrous. Inside the bronze gate, sitting crossed-legged on the ground, Bai Yan had an air of white constantly surrounding her body that's exuding a faint blue glow. Boom! Suddenly, a streak of heavy thunder rocked the whiteness in the sky before landing directly onto the woman's body, breaking into the celestial rank 5. Like a stone sculpture sitting on the ground, she doesn't move. Boom! A flurry of lightning strikes came smashing down in succession, one stronger than the last. It wasn't until half an hour later did the trial come to a halt and allowed the glow from her body to evaporate into the air. Because of the fact that she made the advancement inside a separate space, those outside remains unaware of her breakthrough still. Half a ring later, Bai Yan finally opens her eye and looked around at the 4 false shadows surrounding herself. Seemingly aware of their mission being completed, the love and yearning they gave were undeniable. Even so, the shadows eventually returned to the darkness despite their unwillingness. Bai Yan's heart clenched at their departure. Though she knows they do not exist in this place, but the instinct to reach out doesn't change. One day I'll reunite the 4 of you. Then we can fight our way back to the celestial realm. They will pay for what they've done to you all. Inhaling deeply, Bai Yan eventually rose from the floor and continued to walk further inside. It's just that her journey didn't make it more than few steps before stopping again. Not far away, a black pool of thick nauseous liquid was giving off a nasty smell into the air. It's making her uncomfortable and she didn't like it. This pool of energy. Why is there something like this here? Can't be my soul fragment mutated because of this thing? That's why it produced its own personality and wanted to devour me? Her expression gradually grew heavy, getting a strong suspicion that this dark gooey mass wasn't right. Noticing an object next to the pool, Bai Yan immediately stepped to the side and got hold of the item. It's a bamboo scroll upon first glance. Alchemic recipe? When reading its content, her eyes nearly popped out from the name. Heck, even her hands were trembling with joy. 10th grade alchemic recipe, Godhood Dan pill. It's true that when Bai Yan first attempted the 8th grade pill in the Misty Fairy House it was very difficult, mainly due to her body being unable to resist the thunderstrikes from above. However, she's already at the saint rank now. Her flesh has been transformed and reborn, meaning it's very possible for her to try this recipe. 1 Godhood Dan pill, 1 celestial rank. Due to the effectiveness of the medicine, the process is extremely demanding with very difficult to procure ingredients. In addition, the alchemist's soul must also be strong, otherwise the pressure will cause permanent damage to the lower half of the body, effectively crippling the individual. Bai Yan went silent upon reading this part. I just merged with a fragment of my soul, that should be enough, right? Pausing then, she got hesitant and became unsure if this was the right move. The reason why this alchemic recipe was sealed and graded as a 10th grade formula is because it requires the strength of a celestial rank to refine. I hope that whoever can get their hands on this would use it to the benefit of the future generations. This way my efforts wouldn't be for naught and forgotten. Godhood Dan pill 1. Retracting the bamboo scroll into her storage ring, Bai Yan's sight now focuses back onto the pool in front of herself. For some reason, the image of a huge black dragon kept creeping up into her mind the more she looked at it. Not wanting to twiddle with something even she felt uncomfortable toying with, Bai Yan quickly left the premise and continued forward. It's a good thing too because the deeper she went, the better her senses became due to the increased amount of spirit particles around the air that swept away the earlier discomfort created by that puddle of black liquid. That's... She suddenly stops, showing shock in her eyes over the garden of herbs and rare ingredients. Incredible! There are so many rare herbs that I never thought I would ever come across, and the ingredients listed from the recipe is also here. The more Bai Yan stared at what lies in front of herself, the more excited she became. With all this I can try making that Godhood Dan pill today. Standing not far from where she stood was a withered old tree. It's completely black in color to the point where it looked like it's been burned to a crisp, yet the surface gave off a shiny sheen like some sort of marble material. But that's not what alarmed Bai Yan the most. It's one of the dried husky leaves that dropped to the floor. On the very moment when the flimsy-looking sheet of organic material hit the ground, It instantly vaporized into a wisp of black smoke and flew towards the general direction of where the black pond was located. Understanding now. So that's why, this is the reason why that water is contaminated, it's from this tree. But why is this tree doing that? I have never seen anything like this before. A lot of questions remain unanswered. But since the tree was planted by the original owner of this space, Bai Yin figured there must be a reason. Perhaps there's a use for that black pool of water. Even pity though, she's in no condition to start pursuing the matter. Gathering the herbs and ignoring her own curiosity, it didn't take long for Bai Yin to gather everything and to get the needed ingredients ready for her impending refinement session. I should do it here. If outside, the thundering strikes might just wreck my entire island. The image of her neat little cottage and lovely garden being torn to shreds didn't sit well with this control freak at all. That decided, she immediately brought out the cauldron to begin working. How funny, heaving a long sigh. Back on Earth I died because I was trying to refine a 9th grade Dan pill. And now I'm challenging something even harder and more powerful. This time I must succeed, failure is not an option. Stern and serious in her face, Bai Yin flicks a finger and ignites a fire beneath the cauldron. Then with careful precision, she uses her powers to send each ingredient mentioned on the list into the container for further processing. Across the continent making up the main body of the human world, blood was flowing and staining this landscape from top to bottom. It's a dark time right now and no one was safe as the invaders attacked en masse. For those unwilling to heed the warning, they were the first to go trying to defend their own homes. Sadly, whatever resistance they offered the attackers from the spirit realm were futile, and were quickly squashed. Sir, the territory up ahead are homes to those monsters in servitude to the demon realm. Should we continue to attack? At this moment He Lu was riding atop of a magnificent-looking steed with a pronounced high lineage. This eldest son of the Spirit Lord was reveling in his glorious conquest of the human world, and could care less about the obstacle up ahead. Godhood Dan Pill, too. Father's order is that no one here in these lands are allowed to live, and since these demonic beasts are living here, they too are within that range. Sir, said an old man next to He Lu, the demon as a race have always been very united against outsiders. If they learn of what we do today, it might just provoke a war between the two realms. He Lu snorts derisively at that comment. I heard the granddaughter of that medicine sect is the wife of that demon king, and didn't we attack her before? It's the same as declaring war. What does it matter if we slaughter a few demonic beasts now? The old man frowns and got more disgruntled in his face. The Spirit Lord have always been wise and intelligent. How can his son be so clueless and foolish? The two issues cannot be compared together. The denizens of the demon realm aren't stupid. No matter how prestigious a queen is, she's still only one human. We can always claim to be unaware later and use that as an excuse. What's more, they're already at war with the celestial realm. They wouldn't want to be confronted on two different fronts. By then, we can just feign ignorance and compensate with some sort of material gift. As for the monsters here in the forest, the old man stifles a smirk to avoid showing his own disdain for others. It's well known the demon realm have issued an edict to every other realm long ago. Anyone who attacks their kin will be hunted down to the ends of the world. Consider sparing these demonic beasts as a favor to the demon king. After all, we're already going after his queen. In other words, his opinion was that the demon realm should thank them for sparing their kin and not be infuriated for even having that idea. And, I don't intend to kill the demon queen. What do you mean by that? Narrowing his eyes in, He Lu turns to stare at the senior wearing the pine flower patterned robe. This old thing relying on his strength as a celestial rank to defy me. He's even daring enough to refuse my orders. Even if we claim not to know of that woman being the demon queen, but what if? Pausing, the old man attempts to let his words sink in. What if the demons refuse to leave the matter be even with compensation? He Lu burst out into a sniggering laughter. It's cold and derisive as it rang across the city. So according to Elder Yuan's wording, you want us to not kill anyone from the medicine sect, Misty Fairy House and Holy Land as well? Is that what you mean? No, the old man shook his head. The monsters are known to have a short fuse when protecting their own kin, that's true. However, when have you seen them protecting humanity? Even if the demon king pampers his own queen, The woman's relatives are only ordinary humans. We can kill them and any other human without having to worry about the won't repercussion from the act. At most, the Demon King will only ask for some sort of compensation in order to satisfy his woman's need. Compared to the wealth this land provides, that's nothing. Elder Yuan, an insufferable anger fills He Lu's chest. Don't forget what my father's orders are. When carrying out the invasion, you are to assist me in my goal. So I'm telling you now, whether it be humans or demonic beasts, all must die. Red in the face, the arrogant man's spit was flying all over the senior's face when he started yelling. Stone cold without a hint of emotion now, Elder Yuan responds in a rather bland voice. If you want to go die, then you can do it on your own. We here won't accompany you into the abyss forest. You? Pointing his accusing finger with grit between his teeth. Good, very good. Once we get back to the spirit realm, I will report everything to my father and have him decide. Godhood Dan Pill 3, heavily whisking his sleeve, He Lu was done with this and turned away. He knew trying to force the matter won't get him anywhere, especially when the other side was so open in dismissing his order. Due to the news of their invasion being delivered long ago, the core members of the three main powers have long gathered at the island making up the heart of the Holy Land. It's crowded, very crowded, to the point where the occupants could hardly find room to stand around, let alone lie down to rest. Sir. Elder Yuan suddenly raises a hand after finding how eerily quiet and displaced the Holy Land appeared from the outside. What's wrong with you? He Lu turned back again, his face exasperated with frustration due to the repeated delay and insubordination. Don't you find it strange that the Holy Land is so empty? Elder Yuan says with a frown. In fact, I've noticed it along our way already. Of the many forces that has been squashed by us, many have either abandoned their homes before our arrival or are lacking in defenders. I suspect our whereabouts have been exposed. Unlike other times when they attacked a place, they did not linger in a single area for long, only sending a couple of their subordinates to perform a massacre at the local ruler's home. Sure, in comparison to Bai Yan's strength, these grunts wouldn't pose much of a threat, but to the average cultivator and lord, they're hugely superior and were easily overwhelmed. Just as Yuan Qiu was undecided and meditating on whether to continue, a fluctuation in the air instantly caught his senses. Those old eyes lit up as a result of this fact. There are people there. Leaning forward in an attack stance, the senior's figure instantly disappeared from sight for whatever's ahead. He Lu was very ugly in the face right now after being tossed behind. Sadly, the old bones that's constantly dismissing his authority was the strongest subordinate among his group, so he could only stuff the complaint and follow. Under the effects of a hollering voice, the noisy clamoring on the island was instantly sniffed out. Yuan Qiu of the spirit realm is here for a visit. Might the hosts of the Holy Land come out to meet me? The words may be polite, but the tone was sharp and tough. So they're here. Getting up right away, Lord Chu Ran clenched his fist with a solemn expression. He could see the old figure standing up in the air staring down at him. Bai Chongfeng and Chief Wu Wei weren't looking great either on their faces because they didn't expect the spirit realm's people to come so quickly. Thankfully the preparations are complete, otherwise disaster would be today's ending. He Lu and the rest arrived soon after, and when he saw Chu Ran and the others all gathered inside the island, his mouth involuntarily laughed aloud with boisterous glee. So you're all hiding in this place, ha ha ha. What, think just because of that we can't do anything to you bunch? Someone come slay them all. Yes, sir. At the word, a shadow from the back instantly shot out like a lightning bolt and aimed straight for the heart of the island. Due to the immense speed he used, it's almost impossible for the individual to stop at this point even if he wanted to. Boom! That's the sound of the individuals slamming into the invisible wall. The invader never expected a barrier. So, not only did he suffer an incredible injury from the impact, he also ends up flying backwards from the recoiling force of his own making. Godhood Dan Pill 4. The excitement gradually seeped out of He Lu's face, his eyes squinting with icy intent. What's going on here? Yuan Qiu's reply came moments later in response to that. There's a barrier seal around this island. It's blocking our access to it. Barrier? He Lu snarls derisively. That subordinate of mine is already at the middle level of the saint rank. What barrier can stop him? A saint rank may not be the strongest within the spirit realm, but in this land where the strongest was only at that level, it's already an unshakable existence. Sir, there are always stronger people out there, and it's not surprising for this holy land to have some sort of barrier in place either. Focusing his attention back onto the island after that explanation, the senior takes a step forward. I will go test the barrier for myself. Boom! Throwing a punch that's been infused with a sizable chunk of his own powers, Yuan Qiu only wanted to assess the level of resistance from the attack. However, the repelling force completely took him by surprise, knocking the poor elder back several steps and leaving a trickle of blood coming out of his mouth. He Lu should have been worried at the sight, but of course, he's a small man with a very small heart. Without so much as a word of comfort or inquiry, he started to sneer and clicked his tongue in contempt. Elder Yuan, can you do it or what? I thought you are strong, that's why I brought you along. Who could have thought that you would be so incompetent that a simple barrier can stop you? The old senior was injured to begin with from that recoil, therefore the words were extremely effective in causing further damage. If Yuan Qiu hadn't experienced so much in life, he would have already started to puke blood from those damnable words. Inhaling deeply and ignoring the ignorant fool. Everyone of the celestial rank and higher, come to my side and assist me in breaking this barrier. At the drop of that order, several powerful individuals immediately stepped forward from the group, their eyes cold and stern when standing next to their leader. The following attacks were fierce. Though the barrier continued to hold under this bombardment, the people inside were definitely feeling the tremors as a result. Lord Chu ran, nothing will happen, right? Asked the medicine lord with a concerned voice. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, the Holy Lord attempts to reassure his peers while also reassuring himself. What else can happen? This barrier seal is something my forefathers left behind, so it shouldn't fail. Of course, there's no way to confirm that belief right now since it's been ages since the seal has been activated. Maybe it's been damaged in some way due to wear and tear? Father. Chui shrinks her neck in while clinging to her old man's back. It's obvious the princess of this holy land had some doubt based on her demeanor. Are you sure this barrier is reliable? Why do I feel like your words are not believable? Coughing awkwardly at being pointed out, although this barrier won't last forever, it should be adequate until reinforcement arrives. Don't worry, it will hold. Unfortunately, the next quake from the impacting blows came as soon as those words left this mouth, further destroying the credibility of that statement. Who's he kidding? It's a direct slap across the face. Embarrassed and spluttering now. It's going to be all right, nothing's going to happen. Boom! This time even waves had started to rack up along the water's surface, causing many standing to falter and stumble. No matter how much Lord Chu Ran attempts to soothe himself, it's too much. Turning to look at those celestial rank masters, he's pale and anxious in the face. Dramatic breakthrough 1. Chui just couldn't help but twitch in the corner of her mouth over her old man's expression. It's not reliable, and the consequences of such a blunder would mean a long river of blood today on this island. Lord Chu Ran, do you feel it? It's then Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect spoke from the rear, the grandpa's face showing heaviness on the surface. This question startled the Holy Lord, but his furrowed brow quickly turned to amazement after he sensed it as well. Why is the spirit particles in the air so much stronger than before? Under normal circumstances, Lord Chu Ran would have long noticed this drastic change in the air if his attention wasn't so focused on the attackers outside the barrier. This wasn't normal, heck, it's at the level of shocking even, that's how dense the air felt around them. Fast. Quickly cultivate. After his initial shock, he immediately commanded. This must be Bai Yan's doing inside the miracle. We must take advantage of this and train while it lasts. Not saying another word, the Holy Lord immediately got to the floor and went into a meditative pose, allowing his skin and pores to take in all of the energy floating around the air. Others also followed suit after seeing this. Naturally, the improvements in this amazing opportunity would depend entirely on their own efforts, but it's going to be high when the air was so thick with energy. Meanwhile, back outside the barrier, Yuan Qiu and his fellow attackers were flabbergasted by the actions of those inside. It didn't make sense why someone would start training in a time like this when their lives are about to be sniffled out. These people, did they go mad because of fear? Haha. He Lu almost fell into tears from his own laughter. It's mocking and disgusting. Do they really think a few minutes or hours of training is going to make up the difference? We have several celestial rank cultivators here. They must be truly desperate that any idea is a good one now. Swoosh, but the ignorant and foolish are always going to be taught why they are wrong. Right as he's thrown the mockery out there, a gusting storm promptly gathered above their heads, shocking and causing He Lu to pop his eyes out in disbelief. Isn't this a bit ridiculous and easy? How can they make a breakthrough on the last minute? Then before their eyes could register this reality, a series of beaming pillars of lights rose from several individuals from within the barrier, showering the world in a rainbow assortment of colors. What's going on here? Grim in his face, Yuan Qiu asked his men with a tense pace in his breath. If it was only a single person, then it can still be a coincidence, but there's so many at once. It can't be. This holy land still has a trump card up its sleeve? Back over in the heart of this lake island, those who are trying to make a breakthrough, this includes many of the disciples and elders, had automatically blocked off the noises from the outside world. They're urgently trying to advance and didn't want anything getting in the way of their focus. Of the many who are doing so, the first to come out of the trance-like state was Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect. The old grandpa appeared mighty sharp in that moment when he opened his old eyes. Dramatic breakthrough, too. The old leader of the medicine sect was already on the brink of hitting the limit on what a monarch-rank cultivator could reach thanks to the essence he got from Bai Yan. But now, through the help of this dense level of spirit particles, he's able to exceed his limit and directly hit the saint rank in one go. Lord Chu Ran and Chief Wu Wei were both getting anxious, of course, after witnessing the old bastard's achievement in one-upping themselves. They've been competing all their life. There's no way the other two are going to let one get ahead of the other. He Lu literally wanted to slap himself at this point after witnessing that scene. Elder Yuan, what is wrong with these people? Why are they making a breakthrough now and not another day? This is unrealistic. Incredulous very apparent in his voice. Damn it. What is going on here? This can't be right. As if reading the arrogant man's thought, Lord Chu Ran and Chief Wu Wei also made a breakthrough just then, causing a flurry of storms to form above their heads. It's huge. Easily enough to call this phenomenon a typhoon because trees on the ground were quickly being ripped upwards and bouldering rocks flew away like little pebbles. Sir, if my guess is not wrong, someone must have opened up the miracle already. After some speculation, Yuan Qiu echoed out some of what the other celestial realm masters were thinking. Those people must be tapping into that power and using it to their advantage. Showing horror in his eyes, He Lu flew into a rage. Who dares? How dare they touch the power in there without permission? Though the Spirit Lord didn't openly relay the truth to the public regarding their main objective, but since this force was in charge of the invasion, it's normal for Yuan Qiu and the eldest son to know of the goal. What they didn't expect though was someone making a move for the treasure ahead of themselves today. Waste, this is a true waste of such treasure. If their breakthroughs are the result of the miracles, then it can only mean the power will diminish for every person that uses it. Damn these insects, how dare they use what rightfully belongs to us? Yuan Qiu exclaims, aching in the heart over the sight as well. In other words, only by using it on themselves from the spirit realm would said resource not be tarnished and wasted. What's the use of you saying so much now? He Lu sounded distressed and grits his teeth. Hurry and go break the seal before it's too late. Kill them all before they stain what belongs to us. Since he's the eldest son of the Spirit Lord, a very likely candidate of becoming the next ruler of the spirit realm, He Lu firmly believes everything in the human world now belongs to him. So, how could he not get angry when others are defiling his property? Boom! Under the combined assault of these celestial rank cultivators, a crack has begun to form across the surface of the barrier. Naturally, the sight elated the invaders once they realized the effectiveness of their attacks. If it is 100 years ago, maybe then we wouldn't be able to break this thing. Too bad for those inside, it's degraded after so long. Everyone, muster every ounce of strength you have left, we're almost there. A couple of more hits should do it. Combing his snow-white beard with his finger, Yuan Qiu sounded very pleased with the results and firmly threw another punch with the fist. More cracks appeared again like the senior claimed, indicating the barrier would soon give like shattered glass if nothing was done from the inside. Lord Chu ran. Furrowing by Chongfeng of the medicine sect mutters in a low-pitched voice in order to not alarm the nearby disciples. I believe the barrier won't last very long at this rate. We must look for another way. Chu Ran shook his head, that smile bittersweet and understanding. I know what you mean, but this is already my last trump card. There's no other plan in place. Dramatic breakthrough 3. Chief Wu Wei's expression didn't look so well after hearing that, shooting a glare at the Holy Lord. If I had known you are this useless, then I wouldn't have allowed the Lan family members to be placed here. They might as well have gone to the Abyss Forest instead. That would have been more secure. If they are killed because of our mistake, then how am I supposed to explain it? Yenner's face? Yunfeng, Bai Yan's father, was also present to hear all this. Though the man didn't speak, his own frown was very deep on that handsome face. I still haven't found my wife yet, so I can't die in a place like this. At the very least, not until Ninger comes back. Exactly then. A huge rumbling roar interrupts their bickering from the foot of the mountain. It's powerful and frightening, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder from their hearts out. Leading the charging horde were two individuals, a majestic white tiger with a king word on its forehead and a young mischievous girl that rode on its back. The tiger was none other than Little Rice, the rascal of a glutton that has always been by the little steambun's side, while the girl was none other than Di Xiaowan, the demon princess. He Lu instinctively took a step back while that face showed dismay. Elder Yuan, this? What is going on here? Although this arrogant lord of the spirit realm said he's not afraid of the demon realm's power, but when confronted with the ferocious-looking white tiger and the thousands of monsters at its back, his true feelings immediately leaked. He's gulping and he's terribly pale in the face. And as if that presentation wasn't enough to scare the daylights out of the invaders, a booming thunder suddenly rocked the sky and in descended a beautiful blue dragon of immense size. Its body was very thin like a fair maiden's, yet the aura this creature gave off demanded respect and awe when met. Of course, a single dragon couldn't be called a grand entrance now, would it? After the first descended, hundreds more quickly followed, making it into a small horde of pure dragons instead of a mishmash of various demonic beasts. Di Xiaowan. Chui needed no effort to recognize her friend's presence that's riding the white tiger's back, ripping into her old man's sleeve with excitement in that voice. Father, quick, withdraw the barrier. Tied between listening and following his instinct, Lord Chu Ran had to spell out the doubt outwardly. You really want to withdraw the barrier? Di Xiaowan is Ditsong's sister. The girl's words instantly silenced her old man this time. Who's Ditsong? He's the king of the entire demon realm, the lord and master of all demonic beasts under his rule. Mustering a force in the range of millions was no exaggeration, and he's seen firsthand how quickly that man could call upon that power in the Misty Fairy House. Chief Wu Wei of the Misty Fairy House didn't need no urging either, exclaiming in excitement at the news of reinforcement. Fast, quickly withdraw the barrier. Rescue is here. Unexpectedly though, once the barrier around the island was withdrawn, the dense rich spirit particles around the area didn't disperse around the surrounding environment and kept hovering above their heads. Grayer. Little Rice released a shockwave of a roar as he rushed for Chui Yi's location. Perhaps it's the new and enlarged look of the little glutton's appearance, but the girl in question apparently didn't recognize who the tiger was and just stood there frightened and cluelessly. Then again, Little Rice's ferocious appearance did strike fear into the masses. Be careful! Chu Ran exclaims in great fright over his daughter's safety. Dramatic breakthrough 4. To no avail. The distance between the two were just too close for the girl's father to act. Before Lord Chu Ran could take action to protect his own daughter, the tiger's body was already in front of the girl's face. Why is this tiger attacking me? I didn't do anything. All frantic and confused, the Holy Land's princess kept asking herself in that frozen state. That was until a warm and icky feeling overcame her woes and knocked her out of that sluggish state. You? Blinking in dismay as she rubbed her slobbered cheek free of that saliva, Chui stared in wide eye at the white tiger wagging its tail. You're Little Rice? After a good while of examination and disbelief, the princess eventually came to terms inwardly that this giant of a ferocious feline was indeed the very same cute pet that has always been by Yan's side. The main issue was that murderous aura and powerful muscle. It's nothing like the previous version. Continuing to wag his tail, I've grown up now, so of course you don't recognize me. Anyways, where's my mistress? Why isn't she here? I've missed her to death. Little Rice? Eyes of all those present were now firmly locked onto the huge tiger's body, their faces showing incredulous and disbelief. This big guy is Little Rice? How come he's grown so much in only a few short months? Lord Chu Ran asks with surprise still apparent in his voice. Puckering his lips to one side, the glutton of a tiger explains like a little baby. That's because my strength has increased, so of course my body will also grow bigger. This new me is my real form. Lamenting a sigh, Chewie finds this truth to be a real shame and pats the tiger's head. I prefer your former smaller self, it's much lovelier. The way you are right now is too scary. Scary is good. That way those dirty whores will stop coming to make trouble for my mistress. Huffing a snort, Little Rice was all grumpy at the very thought of those women who made trouble for them before. Lan Xiaoyun is here as well? Recognizing her other friend from among the crowd, the demon princess lights up in the face and ran over to pat the girl's shoulder. It's been a while, Xiaoyun. How have you been? It's true that they haven't seen each other for a while now. The last time would be at the medicine sect, and since then their squad of earth-shattering triple threes been separated till this day. Are you a demon? Asked Lan Xiaoyun with curious eyes at her friend. No wonder, this explains it all on why Xiaoqin can command all those demon beasts. His old man's the boss of the demon realm. That means Bai Yin won't be harmed by anyone anymore. If I am not wrong, you are the princess of the demon realm? Yuan Qiu of the spirit realm suddenly asks from the enemy's line. Huffing a grunt, Di Xiaowan didn't give the old senior any face. You old thing got a lot of nerve touching my sister-in-law's relatives. Just wait until my brother comes, he will definitely make you all suffer defeat. Changing in his face over that remark, Yuan Qiu thought the princess was absolutely crazy. However, regardless of his own dissent and dissatisfaction, he's not blatant enough to openly display the feelings inside of himself. Princess, this is a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. The senior wanted to make a few more excuses, but his efforts were in vain because the arrogant and pompous He Lu had become infuriated over that previous comment. Nothing but a princess of the demon realm. How dare you flaunt in front of the prestigious me? If you touch so much as a single one of us here, we of the spirit realm will immediately take allegiance to the celestial realm. By then it will be on two fronts that your forces have to contend with. It's over for you animals. Reddening from her own brewing anger, Di Xiaowan grinds her teeth as she spoke indignantly. Little Rice, go bite him to death. Dramatic breakthrough 5. Don't assume just because Little Rice's figure was relatively large that he couldn't move fast, he's not. Like a lightning bolt, he pounced for He Lu's annoying face in an attempt to bite at the man. Yuan Qiu was in big shock at the sudden attack, of course. Even if he disliked this master of his, but the man was still the Spirit Lord's only son. As such, he could only hurry over in time to take the hit. Bang! Fangs piercing his shoulder. Blood promptly dyed the old senior's cloth in red. This tiger is a celestial rank, he exclaims with a sharp breath over the stinging pain. Elder Yuan, no matter how strong this white tiger is, he's only one individual. Look at us, we have over 5 on our side, what are you being afraid of for? He Lu sneered at the sight, holding no care for the fact that the old senior suffered damage in his stead due to the words he spouted. In response, the blue dragon in the sky roared again after that comment, her figure gradually transforming into a slim, beautiful young lady. Now not even the arrogant man of the spirit realm could remain unfazed anymore. With every step taken by Tsing Yi from the air, his complexion would grow whiter like an oppressive beast staring down at its prey. You're wrong, it's not just White Tiger who is at the celestial rank, I too have broken through before coming. As for the part about having more forces, cocking a smirk that could stir hearts, I think our forces of 100,000 is more than enough to contend with the likes of you here, don't you agree? Squinting his eyes in, He Lu didn't expect this dragon to be a celestial rank too. But, so what if this dragon is a celestial rank? I brought over 5 in total. Elder Yuan, we've already offended the demon realm anyways. There's no need to hold back here, kill them all. Once we've done that, we can immediately split into the celestial realm. Not like these animals can go up against that power. They're the celestial realm's underdog to begin with, plus they've fallen for over 1,000 years. There's no way they can be an opponent. Yuan Qiu sighs heavily. It seems that is the only option left for us. Princess of the Demon Realm. Don't blame us for being ruthless. It's your side who is being a nosy body. Grower. Little Rice grows menacingly. Quit yapping so much nonsense. Even if you bunch don't move, I will still tear you all to pieces today. At that, his claws promptly swept at the old senior's face again. Yuan Qiu didn't want to take another hit like earlier, of course, and resisted the attack with his sword this time around. Sadly, it not only didn't deflect the swipe, it ended up being slashed into two by the little glutton's claw. Understanding the situation wasn't faring well for their leader, the other celestial rank masters immediately took action and attacked from the side. Xingyi wasn't going to sit idly from one side after seeing this either. So, brandishing her own green blade, she joins in on the fray from her angle. However, unlike the others who had been at this stage for a long time, the lady was still new to this level of combat, and could only do so much with her dance of emerald lethality. Little Rice, I can't hold these people for long. Hurry and finish that old thing and come help me. She yells after deflecting one of the slashes from her foe. The little glutton naturally wouldn't relax right now, pressing his claw harder against the remaining half of Yuan Qiu's blade. They soon heard a sharp cracking sound and the last bit of that sword was shattered, leaving only the handle behind. Dramatic breakthrough 6. Under a loud impacting blow, a huge pit was firmly pressed out of the ground from where Yuan Qiu stood just seconds ago before he dodged backwards. Even so, the trickle of sweat coming out of the senior's forehead gave evidence of how unnerved he felt over that swipe. That would have crushed me if I didn't jump back in time. Not letting up, Little Rice rushes up again after the first failure. This time though, he's not going to let his slap miss. And sure enough, it hit and sent the old fella spinning with stars flashing across the eye. Quit playing with him, Little Rice. I need your help and these people just won't die no matter how many times I beat them down. Turning around, Qingyi screams with urgency in her voice after smacking another one of her opponents away. This finally stopped the playful tiger from toying with his foe like a cat, speaking in a contemptuous manner. So what if you had reached the celestial rank before me? Us demons are inherently more powerful than humans of the same level. That means I can whip your ass single-handedly by myself. Dashing over like a lightning bolt, his huge body once again slammed against Yuan Qiu from the back, and causes the senior to go tumbling forward until he smashed into the huge peach tree up ahead. Sir, run. Hurry and run away. Fear very apparent in his old eyes now, Yuan Qiu screams for the arrogant man to flee. Naturally, of course, He Lu needed no urging on a matter like this. After all, it's his own life that's on the line. Unfortunately for him though, the man didn't make it very far before being surrounded by the demonic beasts that came with the horde. Bum! 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 As if impressed by Little Rice's playful heart, the rest of the demons began tossing the guy around like a soccer ball. First was a cheetah bat kicking the fella in the butt. Then came a rhino that literally horn slapped the guy in the ribs so he would fall into the mud. It's humiliating and painful, nevertheless, non-lethal. For those from the spirit realm, these people wanted to rescue the young lord upon witnessing the humiliation. Sadly, with as much as tens of thousands of demons surrounding their path, it was futile. Before long, they too had become nothing but food or lumps of flesh when the fangs and claws shred into their existence. Lord Chu Ran reacted immediately there and covered his own daughter's eyes with one hand. This is not something for a little girl to see, close your eyes and turn away. Chui didn't agree with her old man's opinion though. Brushing the obstruction away, she gave the protective father a warning stare before running off to Di Xiaowan's side in the front. The two were looking at the gory mess with delighted fascination, a clear sign of intrigue. This nearly brought the Holy Lord to tears as his face turned grimfully dark. Why do I get the feeling my daughter is really into this kind of stuff? No, this won't do. A girl only needs to stay at home. She shouldn't be at the forefront in the center of battle. Umuamph. Puking out a mouthful of blood after coming back to his senses, Yuan Qiu felt desperate and deeply in pain over He Lu's pitiful state of becoming a soccer ball. You can't hurt him, he's the future lord of our spirit realm. Exasperated in his voice, the senior cries out with an increasingly flushed face. Let him go this instant. Tilting his head in confusion, Little Rice sounded perplexed by that statement and commented, "What's so great about that deadbeat? If he was in the demon realm, he'd be the type that would be killed within 3 days. Demons believe in strength, and for those that lack it, They're no better than garbage that's tossed aside. Refinement success 1. And Little Rice cocks a hair-raising grin. Your soul looks pretty yummy, can I eat your soul? His meaning was very simple. Your soul looks like a delicious dish, so can I eat you? PFFFF. Spewing blood from the damnable question, Yuan Qiu became blinded by anger and threw himself at the white tiger. The following punch contained everything he's had. In fact, the air whistled against the swing like it contained infinite power. You all deserve to die. With this roar, the old senior promptly came before Little Rice's face as he slammed that fist of a punch into that furry flesh. Boom! This had the direct effect of sending the little glutton back several feet. Sadly, it was for not once the tiger locked eyes on the senior. It's mocking and poking at the foe for fun. There's good reason for that sort of reaction in which he showed, of course. Little Rice could tell that the punch contained everything the old grandpa had. And based on the following exhausted and near-collapsing look from Yuan Qiu, it's clear who's won now. Licking his paw, the little glutton slowly came before the prey and swiped down again for the third time. Unlike before though, it made a direct slash across that chest and allowed his claws to cut out the heart from within. No word of resistance came from Yuan Qiu when he met his end. Simply said, the old man was at the last straw even before the final strike. With his heart gone, what remains were a lifeless corpse that has had its last strand of life ripped from within, leaving the blood to freely flow forward and staining the dirt. Then, as if pleased with his own deed, Little Rice went ahead to swipe again with his paw at the air above the corpse. This time around though, a transparent mass like that of souls seems to be ripped out from within. The remaining 4 celestial ranked masters didn't miss this sight despite contending with Qing Yi at the time. Immediately, all of them felt a frightening chill running through their spines and made their faces shower with fear. He actually ripped a human soul out? This is too atrocious. Exchanging looks between themselves, all 4 promptly abandoned their fight with the dragoness and made a turn for the original direction in which they came from. As for the demon beasts that wanted to block them, they were instantly turned to mincemeat under their sword's might. This infuriated Little Rice the moment he turned around in response to the sound. He couldn't accept the fact that someone would dare make a killing of his kind before his face. Hence the quick retaliation. And since it's him and the dragoness combining forces, the job of subduing the 4 were easily completed without fail. You humans have a lot of courage daring to go against us demons. Your crime is unforgivable. Flicking his claw, the sharp nail of the tiger easily sliced through one of the man's throat and created an opening for that pure red fluid to seep into ground. Of course, Little Rice didn't let go of the man's soul either. No matter what the individual was of the celestial rank, it's a great compliment to his own growth. After that, Qing Yi also finished off her targets in succession and brought their souls before the gluttonous tiger. Here's your tonic. Not being polite, Little Rice picks them up and swallowed the souls whole in one huge gulp. Note: tonic in Chinese doesn't exactly mean the same as the English word. Think of it as a booster that doesn't matter if it's a liquid or solid, or soul in this case. In the beginning it was Ditsong who forced the fella to ingest his first soul, and felt very disgusted by the feeling. However, he soon discovered the benefits of ingesting others' soul, and quickly adapted to the new form of intake. Refinement success, too. Now without Ditsong's coercion, Little Rice would automatically look for souls to consume. How come I feel like this tiger has changed in some way? Lord Chu Ran of the Holy Land instinctively twitched in the corner of his mouth after seeing how much the fellow was enjoying that soul. It's not like the Holy Lord was overthinking the matter. Prior to Little Rice's huge growth, the guy wouldn't even touch raw meat, let alone eat a human soul. Thankfully, the glutton could distinguish between friend and foe, making the matter unimportant. Little Rice, you go drag that whatever master of the spirit realm over to me. Di Xiaowan commands with her chin cocked in the air. Giving a proper howl, the tiger quickly rushed in front of Helu's unconscious self and bit down at the arm, dragging him over to the princess using this manner. As a result of that rough treatment, a trail of blood was left soaking in the dirt. Pay! Sounding disgusted by the taste, Little Rice tosses the sack of meat from his mouth. Di Xiaowan very much agrees with her friend's assessment of this person. To add her own scent in there, she stomps down at the rib and causes immense pain from the injured until he woke up in a flail. Hurry and save me, Elder Yuan. He cries out with urgency after coming back to reality. Snorting at the outcry, Little Rice blows an unhappy grunt from his nose. Quit crying. That old thing is dead. And his soul has become my food, so no one is going to come save you. Elder Yuan is dead? Impossible, he is a celestial rank cultivator. Even if he isn't a genuine one that advanced through his own means and was done by father himself using the secret arts. But the old fart is still equal to that level. How can he die so easily? You're lying. Elder Yuan cannot have died. Plus there are others from the spirit realm. They will save me. In a panic, He Lu shouted the only thought that came to mind. Little did he know that the next remark from the other side would send him down into hell itself. If you don't believe us, then look over there. Their remaining carcasses are stacked into a mound. It's just right behind yourself. Little Rice cruelly points to the scene in front with his body gesture. Almost like a robot, He Lu mechanically swings his head around as instructed. In a flash, the picture of countless roughly consumed body parts was displayed before his very eyes. It's heart-wrenching and painful for the once arrogant man. Of course, it's not like He Lu had any sort of compassion for his former subordinates. It's because he knew what this implied for his own fate. It's not looking good, and he's a coward that doesn't want to die. No. Despair fills him as he cried the word out, tears slowly trickling down that fear-stricken face. Weren't you being very arrogant just now about slaughtering the demon realm? Di Xiaowan casts a ridiculing smirk at the despairing man. I'll give you a chance now to kill me, that's if you dare. A shudder completely overtakes He Lu. Turning his gaze upward at the smiling princess, an unnerving chill runs through his spine until it reaches into the heart. Kill her? Quit joking. If I so much as make a single move, then that tiger will rip into me and swallow me whole. Your Highness, I was blind and stupid, please spare me. Biting his lip, the once proud young master of the spirit realm began to bang his head against the dirty ground. Due to the injury he sustained, plus the amount of force he's using there, blood quickly began to come out of his forehead and making him look all the more miserable. Refinement success 3. There's irony in the demon princess eye as she spoke. How stupid can you be? Attacking my sister-in-law while my brother is away, that's how you ask for mercy. If I let you go now, then the one to die next is me. If brother finds out I let the one behind the attack leave unscathed, then he will break my body. So, for my own life and to cover my own ass, I must make these people pay. At the thought of covering her own hide, Di Xiaowan promptly swung her face around with the sweetest smile. Dear grandpas, everything is all right now, I've solved the main issue already. I bet you're all still very scared, so go ahead and rest. I will have the bunch here cleaned up with my men. Relaxing in his expression over that comment, Bai Chongfeng gives his own beard a comb before speaking in an appeased manner. How come your brother didn't come with you? That. He went into the secret domain in search of Xiachen. Now I am in charge of watching over the demon realm and protecting sister-in-law. Scanning her surrounding after that reply, the princess was quickly deflated after not finding the familiar figure in which she sought. Where's my sister-in-law? She? Bai Chongfeng falters for a second. She's inside the miracle. That answer actually made the sack of meat on the floor look up right away. He Lu had his suspicion that someone has taken the miracle prior to their arrival. Now it just confirms the idea and indicated their spirit realm no longer has a chance for the treasure. Understanding that much, the once arrogant man hangs his head low again, not wanting to attract further attention from Di Xiaowan or anyone for that matter. Then I'll stay here and wait for her until she comes out again. I can't risk having other idiots coming to make trouble for sister-in-law while she's inside. Reminded by her own words, the demon princess promptly glared down at the sack of meat with menacing eyes. Little Rice, Tsingy, shred this bastard into pieces for me. I don't want to see him ever again. He Lu nearly peed himself as he shot his face upwards in horror. No! But before the man could cry out his objection, a paw had already come swinging over and sent him flying out. Then before that spinning figure could make an impact from being thrown so far, a white blurry flash had come before his face and pierced into the chest where the Dantian core was located. Clack, with his core shattered. He Lu was no different from an average person at this point. It's equivalent to a death sentence anyways if there are no others to protect him forward. Along the way I saw the aftermath of what these thugs from the spirit realm did. They slaughtered thousands, including children and women. Although we managed solve the crisis and save many, but the dead and wounded won't change. I bet they would love to tear into these criminals who committed the heinous crime of taking their loved ones away, far more than whatever we can do to them. Little Rice suggests after his act of crippling the prey. It's not that the tiger had a heart of gold, rather he's just not interested in anyone not of the celestial rank. The soul wasn't going to help his growth and the flesh on this bastard wouldn't taste good either. Okay. Di Xiaowan nods, then watch over him carefully. I don't want those from the spirit realm coming over to rescue him when we're not noticing. No problem, leave this matter to me. Patting his furry chest, Little Rice proudly proclaims his assurance and bit down at the man's leg. His treatment was rough and uncaring when dragging the bastard away. It has to be said though, this He Lu sure has a strong level of endurance in that body of his. Even after losing so much blood he's still alive. Sing Dragoness, you go too. All smiles, the princess pricks her brow like she's thought of something sneaky. I alone am enough while waiting for sister-in-law. Truth was, the girl wants to be the first one to welcome Bai Yan when she comes out of the miracle. This way her image would rise another notch. And that meant more leverage when asking for help against that mean old brother of hers. Refinement success for Xingyi wasn't like the gullible Little Rice. She could easily see through the princess's intent. Smiling there. All right. With the two leading general of their horde gone, the remainders had also stopped in their tearing of the dead bodies and came before Di Xiaowan for further instruction. As for you all, stroking her chin in a contemplative manner, go patrol the area around the Holy Land. We've captured the young master of the spirit realm so that side wouldn't do nothing. If any of you find sighting of the enemy, come inform me immediately. Yes. The horde answers in unison, causing an instantaneous shockwave to rock this land. Fortunately, the crowds of demonic beasts were willing to leave right after giving their reply, otherwise the residences here would be quite afraid for their own lives. Furthermore, it appears this other side of the demon princess has won over many of the male disciples present. Their eyes showed admiration and a sense of love towards the girl. Princess. Finally, a handsome young man decides to muster up his courage to come forward. Shy in his voice. Thank you today for the help. May I invite you for a meal tonight? Sparkling in her eyes now, Di Xiaowan didn't think anything wrong of this idea and responded in kind. What would you like to eat? The young lad gives a shy nod to act all gentlemanlike. There is a restaurant outside the Holy Land in the city below. We can try their medicinal stewed chicken. I heard it's very delicious and is often crowded with patrons. I know the owner so I can help us skip the line and directly take you inside. Now the princess's eyes were shining like the sun. She has always been a victim of delicious food, so it's her one irresistible weakness. So when are we leaving? She had on a look of urgency and anticipation, which brought hope to the lad's face. Others who had similar ideas were quite envious of their peer right now. If they had known it would be this easy to invite the girl out for a date, then they too would have stepped forward. In the end, it's cowardice that caused them to miss this opportunity. Feng Xiaoling, what are you trying to do? Chui saw how easily the sweet Dumbaklutz was being kidnapped away and decides to step in. I warn you, don't hit on her or I'll let my father know and kick you out of the Holy Land right now. That warning worked as expected and stopped the one known as Feng Xiaoling in his tracks. The poor lad was trembling and didn't dare to speak another word. And you Di Xiaowan. Chui had wanted to start reprimanding her friend when Lord Chu Ran suddenly tugged at his own daughter's sleeve, making a dry cough. Oh, she is the princess of the demon realm, and Bai Yan's her sister-in-law you. But before the Holy Lord could even finish his sentence, the heated girl had brushed the hand away and continued to stare angrily at her friend. It's the look of someone being harsh and disappointed. Just because he asked you doesn't mean you should say yes. Do you know what he intends to do? When strange men come near you, the first thing you should do is to distance yourself lest they kidnap you with some food. Giving a harumph, the one known as the Little Witch just turned into the protective mother hen of their group. That comment completely scared the daylights out of Lord Chu Ran. If he didn't know the identity of this sweet Dumbaklutz, then it would still be fine. But he did, and that meant precaution was of the utmost importance here. Shame though, if only the man knew of the past, then he would have passed out right then and there. The reasoning? Back when the two girls met, they had fought against each other. What are you being angry with? Staring blankly at her old man's steaming face, The girl apparently didn't understand what she did wrong and went back to her friend. I'll go with you instead. What do you want to eat? Don't forget, we're the earth-shattering 333. If you're going anywhere, then it's with us. Earth-shattering 333? Chu Ran shot a disbelieving stare at his own daughter's back. Why does this title sound so appalling? Refinement Success 5. Okay. All gleeful in her eyes, Di Xiaowan happily answers. I want to eat that herb chicken pot he mentioned. When presented delicious food, the princess would be willing to endure anything coming out of her snappy-mouthed friend. Heck, the girl even forgot about her initial scheme of being the first to welcome Bai Yan once she's out again. That's how much she loves eating. But I still miss the pastry shop you took me back in the Lu Hua Kingdom the most. When are we going back there? Biting her finger, Di Xiaowan just couldn't find anything remotely as good as that establishment. There will be opportunities in the future. Grabbing her demon friend, Chui then dragged out Lan Xiaoyun before flying themselves out of the Holy Land for the nearest city. Chu Ran watched this entirely from the back and had on a dull face. Why do I have a sensation that something bad is going to happen? Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect also had the same idea, just that the old bearded grandpa didn't want to say it aloud. Chu Ran may not know it, but he clearly did regarding the level of damage Di Xiaowan could produce simply by herself. It's not lacking in comparison to the little witch of the Holy Land, and together they form a danger of unprecedented level. Di Xiaowan is the demon realm's princess. Nothing will happen, so stop worrying. Despite his true feelings, the medicine lord decides to go against his own consciousness and not warn his counterpart. Instead, he starts throwing comforting words like it's no problem, knowing full well the sort of mess awaiting the poor guy. Relieved after hearing the lie. That's good then. Every time he leaves my line of sight, she will always become a nuisance to every place she visits. Now I don't even dare to let her get that far away from me. At least there's the demon realm's princess with her. They shouldn't make any trouble during their venture. Now that things have been resolved, everyone should disperse as well. But remember what the demon princess said. There may be people from the spirit realm coming to investigate since their young lord is captured. Best stay here in the Holy Land for the next while. I will have my people prepare the rooms. Showing a frank smile, Chu Ran offers the idea to the others after returning to his old self. The crowd naturally knew what the Holy Lord was worried about, so the offer was quickly accepted by everyone. Chief Lan, Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect, turns his attention to the other grandpa. Now that we don't need to hide on this holy island anymore, do you want me to send for the remainder of the Lan house from the abyss? That would be wonderful. The stubborn old grandfather happily obliges. Thank you, Lord Bai. Haha, don't thank me. This is what I should do for the favors your family gave Yenner. Bellowing out a laugh, the medicine lord tries to smother his own sense of worry with a happy facade. I just don't know when Yenner will come back out. Suddenly, all eyes are focused back on the bronze gate nearby. There's a hint of expectation in those irises, likely regarding the level of growth that would come of her return. At the same time, within the pocket dimension, thundering lightning poured down like raindrops, covering and pounding away at Bai Yan's frail-looking body. It's incredibly frightening due to how massive the shockwave was from each blast. However, the height of this trial hasn't even begun to reach its peak. This was just the beginning. Boom! A gigantic bolt of thunder suddenly boomed down at the cauldron, its appearance like that of an ancient serpent trying to devour whatever it struck. Good thing my cauldron is made out of a special material, otherwise that blast just now would have shattered it to pieces. One pill, one celestial one. Boom! It's unsure how long it's been since the last lightning strike hit her, but Bai Yin never once moved her eyes away from the shaky cauldron. Its extremital the refinement goes through smoothly during this period. If so much as a single mistake happens right now, the entire batch would be ruined and she would have to start over. Minutes later. Hours later. Soon a faint fragrance could be found exuding out from the crack between the lid and the main container. Bai Yan's eyes lit up upon getting a whiff of the scent. Hurrying to remove the lid, she looks inside and found several crystal clear beads sitting there ready for her to pick up. This may be my first attempt at this formula, but 5 in one attempt. That's not bad at all. Cleaning up the mess around herself, she gave one final meaningful glance in the direction of that black pool before heading towards the exit. On the Holy Island, A white light flashed into existence and out came Bai Yan's figure from within the bronze gate. And as if signaled by this, the door also disappeared following her departure and reformed into the 3 keys that landed into the woman's hand. Bai Yan wasn't going to dump the 3 artifacts away, of course. She still had other things inside that she wishes to investigate, especially that black pool on a later date. Yanner. Suddenly, a happy and surprised call came from the front. Looking up, Bai Yan immediately saw it was her own grandfather Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect. The senior showed a smile as he slowly walked over from the distance. Grandfather. Delighted as well over the familiar sight, Bai Yan hurries forward in order to meet the senior halfway. You still haven't left the Holy Land? Giving a long sigh. After you went into the miracle, I and that Wu Wei did leave for our respective home, but something happened in these lands while you were away. Seeing the expression there, Bai Yan's voice turned solemn. What happened? Bitterly smiling, the grandpa went ahead to explain the whole story. Not long ago, that slave you sent back to the spirit realm came to us with news. She said their forces are invading and intends to slaughter everyone on this piece of land. Narrowing her eyes in over that bit, a frosty coldness flickered within Bai Yan's face. This spirit realm. They are indeed making a move. And then? She asks again with a dangerous glow. Then, Chu Ran had everyone come to the Holy Island, including the Lan family. We used the barrier around this place to protect everyone from those celestial rank cultivators, just that. Chu Ran is simply unreliable. The barrier around the island couldn't completely fend off the attacks and nearly collapsed. Thankfully Di Xiaowan brought over a horde of demons with her in the nick of time. We were saved thanks to the help. Di Xiaowan? Blinking her eyes in startlement. But then where's Di Tsong? She said her brother is currently inside the secret domain looking for Xiachen, and is not in the demon realm. Because of that, he didn't get the news of the invasion. A long silence hung over the mother's heart upon hearing her son's name. Di Tsong went looking for Xiachen? It can't be. Something happened to my boy? While her heart trembled and those hands clenched with unease, a promise suddenly surfaced in her mind. It's the promise she shared with her husband, and that was trust. If Di Tsong said their son would be fine, then it's a wife's duty to trust her husband, at the very least until he proves otherwise. So Bai Yan won't rush off in search of her son like she would in the past. Getting a little better in her complexion over the trust she held for the 2 males in her life, Bai Yan controls her mood so it doesn't affect those here. Then where is Di Xiaowan and the others? How come I don't see them here? One pill, one celestial, too. Bai Chongfeng could already imagine the damage those 2 girls were making, so he didn't dare to dabble on the topic any further. I estimate they went out to play. Then just leave them be. Grandfather, did you break into the saint rank? Squinting her eyes in an examining manner, Bai Yan was rather surprised by her grandpa's progress. Chuckling in response, it was about 2 hours ago. The atmosphere around the island suddenly changed and became thick with spirit particles. By taking advantage of that opportunity, I Chu Ran and that Wu Wei. Oh yes, there's your grandmother Jun Tianyu as well. We've all broken through into the saint rank. This time Bai Yan literally gawked her eyes out. About 2 hours ago? Wait, isn't that around the same time I completed the refinement process for the pills in my hand? It can't be. The alchemic trial is the cause for the island's change? Grandfather. Caressing her chin, she muses for a moment before speaking. Can you go call Lord Chu Ran and my grandmother over? Bai Yan originally wanted to include Chief Wu Wei in her sentence but halted at the last moment due to the trouble of deciding what to call that man. And call Grandpa Wu Wei over as well. I have something to give them. Bai Chongfeng definitely didn't like the way the girl addressed that person, of course, evident by the puckering lip on this old senior. However, he's had to admit that Chief Wu Wei did the right thing before by offering some spots for the Lan family during the critical period. That fact helped press down the discontent. My precious granddaughter, I won't object to you calling him your grandfather, but I won't forgive him from the bottom of my heart. At the very least not until his daughter Bai Ning was found. The missing woman was this old grandpa's ache and pain, a scar that he couldn't remove. I know, nothing is going to change the fact that he split my parents apart, nor can he dismiss his part in my mother's disappearance. However, I can't deny him being unaware of the truth. At the very least he never deliberately hurt my mother, so I will bear with the past until mother is found. Father and grandmother would surely prefer it this way. That's right, Bai Yan's mainly going at this subject out of her emotional ties to Jun Tianyu grandmother and Yun Feng father, while Chief Wu Wei acted as the benefactor, that's all. Sure enough, Bai Chongfeng's mood got better after hearing that statement. Raising a smile. That's right, I am the most important grandfather in your heart, and that old thing can only stand behind me as a second. Huffing and puffing, there's a twisted sense of glee in the old grandpa's heart regarding his own opinion. Looking at this old guy's jealous appearance, Bai Yan just couldn't resist a laugh like she's watching a man-child. Patting his shoulder with a smile of her own. Grandfather, don't worry, your place in my heart can never be replaced. Very pleased by what he's heard, Bai Chongfeng breaks out into a roaring laugh of pride. Haha, you said it right, Yan. That Wu Wei can never replace me, otherwise. Ugh, just thinking of that possibility is making my mood go foul. Grandfather, let's continue our conversation after you call them over. It's getting late and I don't want to postpone the matter. All smiles as well, she was very happy to see the old fella in a good mood after the fright they must have felt during these couple of days. One pill, one celestial 3. Looking at Bai Chongfeng's gradually disappearing figure, Bai Yan's smile also faded away, revealing the cold killing intent in those eyes. Spirit realm, eh? If they got such nerve to come do evil here at my home, then it's not necessary to keep that place in existence anymore. Just when Bai Yan was pondering on her next course of action regarding retribution, her grandfather had already returned with the requested audience. Bai Lassie, congratulations on your success in taming the miracle. I bet you've harvested a lot this time, right? Lord Chu Ran of the Holy Land was the last to arrive, but was also the happiest on the surface. Indeed, Lord, I got a lot of useful things while inside. Faintly smiling because of what she has in mind, Bai Yan didn't hide anything and openly admits the fact. I heard from grandfather just now you all broke through to the saint rank? Haha, that's right, we've only just arrived at that level. Then that's perfect. I have here a Dan pill, one for each. Godhood Dan pill. A miraculous alchemic product that could propel any saint rank into the celestial level without consequences. That's what she's holding. What kind of Dan pill is this? Holding the beady little thing up to his own face, Bai Chongfeng asks with curiosity his voice. However, right as the old man's about to pop that thing into his mouth, a dainty hand had stopped him midway. Grandfather, hold on for a little bit. This alchemic pill holds great power from within, so before you take it, please scatter everyone nearby and away from this location. Lord Chu Ran got all surprised by that comment. He trusts Bai Yan wholeheartedly. If the woman says it's powerful, then it must be incredibly powerful. Making a slight cough. I'll do just that and scatter everyone nearby. We wouldn't want them to be injured by the spillover. After that said, the Holy Lord immediately left the Holy Island again to carry out the job. Bai Yan didn't mind waiting. Remaining quiet until the person returns, she kept silent despite the constant badgering from her grandparents for more details. The efficacy of this medicine is too amazing. Rather than telling them, it's better to let them experience it firsthand. Lord, did those people disperse yet? She asks after the man returns with a very pleased smile. I've made them wait up in the mountain peak. Now there shouldn't be anyone left on the main area. Can we start now like this? Yes, go ahead. I will go over there and rest while you all begin. Leaving the group to take a seat on the closest chair she could find, Bai Yan appears lazy and relaxed in her demeanor despite the eyes being that of careful scrutiny. Bai Chongfeng was the first to begin. He's the most curious of the bunch and swallowed the pill in one full swing. Seeing this, the rest also followed suit and popped the medicine like him. In an instant, a dominant force gushes outward from their meridian and into the rest of their veins, causing the body to tremble and shake. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and meditate. It's then that Bai Yan's voice drifted over from the front. Meditate? Shock filled the group's heart. Hurrying to sit down with their knees crossed, each of them wanted to hurry and absorb that river of energy into their dantian. One pill, one celestial 4. Boom! The sky suddenly becomes riddled with flashes of zapping light before it completely merged into a series of lightning strikes at the group. It's too abrupt and left the receivers all confused and unsure of what's happening. Boom! 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 The whole Holy Land has now become shrouded in a thunderstorm. leaving no space unturned. Atop of the main mountain peak here, the many disciples that came up here to avoid being caught in the spillover were fascinated and scared by the constant rumbling and hammering from the sky. They never seen anything like this, so it immediately caught their eye. What is going on here? I've never seen anything like a purple thundercloud before. Showing a frown of awe, Zhangqi, first elder, was eyeing the sparks of light from afar. This is not normal. Something of such large scale must be deliberately caused by an outside source. Just now the Lord ordered us to leave the main residence and hide up here in the mountain peak. Can it be because of this reason? If it was us there, then we would have turned to ash already under that barrage of light. Ren-yi, second elder, adds, surprised as well by the scene. But then boss, why is that storm cloud attacking the Lord? Nothing will happen to them on the island, right? Just like his second brother Qiu Shurong, third elder, was eyeing their biggest brother right now, but instead of surprise, his were that of worry. Of the three main elders of the Holy Land, Zhangqi was the most knowledgeable. Therefore, if he doesn't know, then the other two wouldn't either. Do the two of you remember the thunderous storm created by Yenner's attempt at making the 8th grade Dan pill? I speculate this is also a trial from the heavens, just that. Giving a pause, the first elder takes a second to collect his breath. This time it's someone breaking into the celestial rank. Celestial rank? Like a thunderbolt, this news blew up among the disciples and elders. Celestial rank? Who is breaking through that stage? Is it Yenner? Just now the Lord mentioned the girl coming out, didn't he? Qiu Shurong sounded very excited. After all, it's his disciple they're talking about. A disciple of the celestial rank, how glorious. Zhangqi didn't add anything to his third brother's comment, only staring at the thunderstorm that's still raining down from afar. Yes, it must be Yenner. Rennie now got all happy as well. She was already at the saint rank. Breaking into the celestial rank is within expectation. No matter what their speculations were, none could have guessed it was Chu Rant's group, which was with good reason too. They've only just advanced into the saint rank, so it didn't make sense for them to have another breakthrough. The Holy Island has completely lost its former serenity at this point. The only safe location would be the one spot where Bai Yin sat. So, the woman had the perfect view when identifying which of her elders were about to falter. The first among the four were Jun Tianyu, the grandmother. She seemed to be shaking with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. One pill, one celestial, 5. Grandma. Crouching down to the shaky woman, Bai Yen brings forward and presents a different pill. Eat this medicine, it will help a bit, so you must hold on. Though Jun Tianyu was still stuck in a state where everything outside her body was void, the grandmother still opened her mouth out of instinct due to the familiar aura. The effects were fast after she ingested the pill, quickly healing and reinforcing her weakening body. Of course, Bai Yen wouldn't be stingy regarding towards her family and friends. Taking out another 3 pills, she fed each of her elders respectively based on the level of need. Because of this help, the 4 struggling seniors were once again able to deal with those pesky lightning strikes from above. Time continued to elapse like this, and eventually the storm cloud fades and revealed the bright blue sky with the burning sun hanging in the sky. Yenner, what sort of Dan pill did you just give us? Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect asks with a shaky tone to his voice after completing his growth. Godhood Dan pill. Those simple words exploded in their heads, ringing like a grenade, just blew up in their minds and causing their wires to completely go fry. Clenching in her heart, Jun Tianyu's surprised face quickly changed to a sense of happy glee that's mixed with disbelief. So I wasn't sensing it wrong. We really broke through into the celestial rank? Achieving a level beyond saint rank was everyone's dream in this land. Something that hasn't been achieved as far back as centuries or more. Bai Yen understood why her grandmother was feeling so awed by the feat, speaking with a comforting tone. It's not necessarily essential to head to the celestial rank in order to break into that level. We can do it here in this land as well, grandmother. Besides, aside from the spirit particles being thicker over on that side, there's nothing else special about it. I will one day shape another celestial realm on that side. By then they will bow down to us. The woman's voice was overpowering, shaking all their hearts with her words. That's right, sooner or later those people who harmed me or tries to harm me will all get on their feet and plead for their life. This would be the first time Bai Chongfeng and the rest witnessed this side of their girl's personality. It's shocking and somehow daunting in a way because it's not the expected image of a good young granddaughter that they've become accustomed to. Then again, they had good reason to feel this way. The celestial realm was the strongest among the many realms that was known so far. To claim she's going to forge a new one atop of the old one was, well, borderline heresy. By Lassie, Chu Ran bellows out a laugh and pats her on the shoulder. I watched you grow over these past 6 years. From your weakest to the current you, I believe you can do it. You will forge a new celestial realm atop of the ruins of the old. Bai Yin openly smiled at the firm's support as she continued. Thank you, Lord, I knew you would support me. Turning to her family now, grandfather, if my guesses are correct, the reason you were all able to progress into the saint rank earlier was because of the effects of my attempt at refining the godhood Dan pills inside the miracle. The spillover from the success likely affected the air, and that's what caused the sudden increase in spirit particles. So, a flash of light flickered in her eyes, glimmering with a wonderful idea. I want to suggest calling everyone over to the island, whether it be the elite disciples or my flower brothel. We can have them all train while I practice my alchemy on the side. The thunder trial of an alchemy attempt was different from that of someone making a breakthrough. Unlike the latter, the former only focuses in on the specific individual and wouldn't harm those around them, making the idea feasible and very useful. One pill, one celestial 6. Oh right, there's also the lawn house. Bai Yan's expression slowly got harder as she narrows her eyes in a bit. The number of enemies I have are bound to grow in the future. I must secure their safety and allow them to preserve their own well-being as well. The lawn house was her family, while the demon beast sect and flower brother acted as her subordinate power, therefore she has a duty to see to it they're well after she leaves this place to attack her enemies. Yinner, do you want me to go handle this? Chief Wu Wei asks, his voice and face all cautious. Despite the silent answer, Bai Yin did give a nod after staring at this unfavored grandfather of hers, which in kind eased the sudden rise of tension in the air. Lord. Bai Yin seems to have thought of something else and turned to Chu Ran of the Holy Land. First clean up this island for now. In addition, have Yi and Xiaowan come see me after they return from their outing. Okay. All smiles, the Holy Lord didn't resist at being ordered. If those two girls had known you were coming out so quickly, then I bet they wouldn't have ran out to play to begin with. She didn't add anything to that remark, after all it's true. However, right as Bai Yan's about to turn and leave, a huge aura suddenly swamped over to them with a shadow hovering above their heads. Immediately, she looked towards the source and was astounded to be confronted by a giant white tiger that's about to directly crash into her stomach. She wanted to dodge, she really did. Sadly, not even with her current strength did Bai Yin manage such a feat with this giant ball of fur. Before the woman knew, the tiger had already pushed her to the ground with those paws against her chest, the tongue constantly licking her face and that tail wagging in the air like a whirlwind. Little Rice? She asks with a tone of surprise. You've reached the celestial rank? Nodding quickly. Singa Azure Dragon. Also went to the demon realm some time ago. Then Suzaku Vermilion Bird fed us something and that's when we broke into the celestial rank. So you're saying Xing-Yi and Suzaku have met already? Bai Yin follows up with this question like she both worried and humored at the same time. Blinking his big blue eyes. I do not know what happened, but Suzaku wasn't happy when she met Xing-Yi. She gave her a very sorrowful and sad face, then refused to see us afterwards. A corner of Bai Yan's mouth began to twitch. Xing-Yi was a genuine male before. It's no wonder she's having a difficult time accepting her as is now. It's all right, Suzaku will get used to it in time. Patting the tiger's head, she gives a reassuring nod as a way to comfort her friend. By the way, where's Xing-Yi? She's off protecting the princess after we solved the issue with the spirit realm's attack force. Mistress, did you miss me? I really want to eat your dongpa meat dish. Little Rice desperately wagged his tail when speaking. His appearance was honestly no different from a pet pleading to its owner for food. Okay, when I finish everything and with Shachin back with us, I will make a grand feast for the both of you, is that fine? That delighted the tiger and made him lick her face repeatedly. But, Little Rice, your current appearance isn't convenient, so it's best you take on a human form. If demons want to transform into their human form, then they would need to consume the transformation fruit, unique to the demon realm. For that, Deetsong has prepared one long ago, just that the little guy refuses to eat it. Wrinkling his nose at the idea, Little Rice's expression instantly crumbled. I don't want to take on a human form. I like my current image. It's mighty and aggressive. The sensation of the godhood Dan pill won. That aside, the main reasoning was still about how handsome he's going to become. What if that girl from the Tiger clan keeps clinging onto him and not let go? That be would real trouble. If you don't take a human form, then it's going to become extremely inconvenient to bring you around later. After all, you're not the little tiny you from before anymore. Pretending to be a cat is out of the option. I may prefer the current me, but... Desperately wagging his tail, Little Rice took a second of hiatus to think of something. I can still transform into the image of a little white cat. It's different, but a new ability I gained after gaining this power. Bai Yin actually had black lines running through her face then. It looks like this little fella is going to refuse to take a human form regardless of what I say. Whatever, if he's so reluctant, then we can wait until the future. It's not like it's a must at the moment. Grandfather, I will have to trouble you for the things to come. Stretching her hand out in a lazy manner, she beckons the tiger to her side. Come, Little Rice, let me lie on you for a bit. The big guy didn't reject the summon. In fact, he was very happy to toddle up to her legs and sprawl down to act as a pillow. And sure enough, Bai Yin could feel herself melting into that soft furry body once she leaned down. Matching this with the warm sun in the sky, it's comfortable and beautiful like a picture out of a portrait. Bai Chongfeng and the others left quickly at this. It's not like they didn't have anything to do at the moment. There's still the work entrusted to them to carry out. While the human world was coming to terms with what they experienced and the astounding news of the amazing breakthroughs happening at the Holy Land, the situation back over in the spirit realm weren't looking so positive. Spirit Lord He Fei Xiang had smashed everything within his vicinity over the terrible news that went into his ear, indicating how infuriated the man was feeling. Swish! It's then Lu Qingyu stepped through the doorway. When seeing the mess that was this room, the woman inexplicably furrowed that brow. Without indication, the Spirit Lord rushes over to his own daughter and grabs onto the girl's collar. Say it! Is it you who leaked the word out? Is it you who informed the demon realm and caused my son's tragic death in the human world? Under the oppressive aura of that rage, a throbbing bitterness layered thumped out from that pale face. Even if you don't want to recognize me as a daughter, I'm still a member of the spirit realm. What's in it for me if the spirit realm falls? He Fei Xiang still carried suspicion in his old eyes despite that strong defense, but those hands nevertheless relented and loosened the grip. It really wasn't you? I said it already, it's not me. Furthermore, what benefit do I gain by revealing the secrets to the enemy? Humph! The Spirit Lord huffs a grunt. My children are all dead now, leaving only a cheap bastard whore like you around. If I pass on as well, wouldn't that make you the heir to the entire spirit realm? Even if she never held any emotional attachment to this supposed father of hers, being called a cheap bastard whore still hurts like a piece of thorn. Clenching those fists, Lu Qingyu needed a good second to calm her breathing. Father, I can't do anything else if you want to say it like that. And so what if I don't like my brother? I'll only fight with him from within our ranks. Never will I throw him to the wolves from the outside. Damaging myself in order to damage someone is not my style. Nor am I that stupid to pull such a non-beneficial scheme. So what if I am the one who leaked the news? This bastard never once thought of me as his daughter. Now he will suffer dearly for what he so. The sensation of the godhood Dan pill, too. Then why did you take so many people out to cause trouble for the three main powers in the human world? I've explained that before already. Biting her lip like she's tied on speaking the truth. I was jealous of the demon queen. That's why I wanted to make some trouble for her. I didn't expect my actions would nearly bring disaster upon us. I know my wrong. Her words sounded sincere, like she's made some grave mistake and now repents for it. Seeing this picture, He Fei Xiang's last bit of doubt was quashed, slamming his fist on the table before speaking. Damn those demons, I will kill them all for my son's death. Flashing with an underlying light in her eyes, Lu Qingyu knew this was the time to speak up. What do you wish to do, father? If there's anything I can help with, please let me know. You daughter, I will do everything you ask of me. Due to the anger he felt for the ones responsible, the Spirit Lord had missed the cold sharpness in his daughter's aura, something which he never would have done in the past. Qingyu, softening in his eyes, the man's voice grew gentle like a proper father's. Now I only have you left as a daughter. I'm sure it's been tough on you over the years, so why don't you change your surname back to the family's? How about that? Showing an excited face. Thank you, father. From the initial glance, her expression looked no different from someone that has waited a long time for this opportunity. However, if they just took a minute to look deeper, they would immediately notice that poisonous and vicious light hiding within those irises. It's chilling and murderous. Ever since this bastard killed her mother and ordered Lu Qingyu's expulsion from the family book, this woman has never once forgiven the man in front. He's dead in her heart already, so whatever he tries would mean nothing. Qinglu, I know I was too harsh on you back then, so I hope you will forgive me. I didn't have a choice either. He Fei Xiang sighs like he's meant it. So, I will place you in charge of the city's army. That actually made the lady cock her head up with a look of surprise in those eyes. This man intends to hand me authoritative power? If it had been before, then perhaps Lu Qingyu might be moved by the offer, but now that's not going to happen. To say the heart has been tempered cold was an understatement. Yes, father. Afraid of being caught, she hurries to force an excited smile again on that face despite what she felt. If there's nothing else, I wish to leave first. Go ahead then. He Fei Xiang waves his hand in a dismissive manner, tiredness apparent in that voice. Arching her fist, she promptly closes the door behind herself and left, leaving only the spirit lord alone in this trashed room. Milord, are you really going to hand over that much power to the miss? Asking this was a gray-robed old man that suddenly materialized from the shadows, his frown indicating he's not of the idea. Is there any other way? The cold snappiness in the spirit lord's voice explained the man shared the same opinion. My pair of children have both died at the hands of the demon realm. Now I only have this one bastard daughter born of a whore. If I can still continue to have children, then of course I won't look to Qingyu to succeed me. But what else can I do? I've lost the ability to raise my bottom part already due to age. Where else am I supposed to find another child? The old senior from the back didn't add anything to those words. He couldn't deny what his master was saying. Even so, the aching suspicion of something being amiss kept bothering him. The sensation of the godhood. Dan Pill 3. Back outside, Lu Qingyu's expression had turned into a snarl by this point as she gave one last fleeting glance to the room behind herself. Miss! Senior Jun had been waiting outside during the entire exchange, so his expression promptly eased up at the sight of the lady. How did it go? That old thing has completely fallen for my word, so we should be good for the time being. However, whether or not the spirit realm can avoid the upcoming crisis is beyond my control. Lu Qingyu had a smug look when she said that because the image of her mother's tragic death still lingered in her mind. It's unwipeable and the fuel to her rage. Elder Jun, let's go. I don't believe there will be much days left for this place anymore. Taking in a deep breath, she slowly strolled for the main gate as the hatred continued to burn with each step. For the senior who has been faithful to this lady and her late mother, he just couldn't help but issue a long deep sigh. Unlike others, including his fellow peers that remained faithful to Lu Qingyu, only Junhao himself knew what really went down behind the shadows. For example, it was the lady who poisoned her own father with an untraceable potion that destroyed the spirit lord's ability to procreate with another female. Holy Island. Even though the terrain here couldn't be restored to the former glory of what would be considered an island out of a fairy tale, but through the efforts of everyone combined here, it's still better than the scorched earth appearance from before after the four elders made their breakthrough. For Hualuo of the flower brothel, none of this mattered of course after she and the important members of the demon beast sect were summoned over from the abyss forest. To this faithful follower of Bai Yan's, being able to see her mistress again after so long was the main joy she could ask for. Taking a slight bow to show her respect, "Mistress, I am so happy to see you again." Bai Yan returns the greeting with a smiling nod. "I am happy to see you too, Hualuo. How are things going at the flower brothel? Is everything running smoothly?" "Rest assured, mistress, I've kept a close eye on things while you were away. Now we are no longer a small power and has grown into a second-rate organization, equal to the demon beast sect in footing. In the past, an intelligence organization like the flower brothel would only be able to keep a safe foothold on things due to Bai Yan's backing, but things have mostly changed by this point. Even without their founder around, Hualuo used her intellect and ability to grow the business, which paid off in the long run as shown. Of course, the benefit that came with being related to Bai Yen couldn't be denied, but the grunt work still fell on this faithful lady that was there from the beginning of this journey. Anyways, now that you're all here, I can begin practicing my alchemy. First giving her own girls from the flower brothel a look to see if there are still people missing, Bai Yen then shifted her gaze over to the demon beast sect that has sworn loyalty to her own son. When I begin, no one is allowed to leave the island, so don't miss this chance. Obviously none of them understood why the woman would say something so weird, but they obeyed anyways out of loyalty or fear of the consequences. Yes, milady. Their voices in sync and united. That done, Bai Yen immediately turns for the cottage and left a ringing bang in the air when the door closed behind herself. She's going to be busy for the next while because there are still 5 portions of ingredients left over. More than enough to create a battalion of celestial rank fighters. The sensation of the godhood Dan pill 4. With a poofing sound, a pang of green smoke seeps out of the cauldron as the ingredients inside began to melt into a green liquid form. Throughout this process, Bai Yan's gaze had never once left the container. It's firm and sharp. Back outside in front of the cottage constructed out of bamboo, the crowd were all sitting crossed-legged and immersing themselves in this great opportunity to cultivate. It's borderline addictive even, this feeling causing them to lose themselves from the exposure. To be clear, at the moment there's only the residual spiritual particles hovering in the air, but even then, it's many times more potent than what they are used to. Then from out of the blue a grumbling rumble rocked the sky, causing their eyes to look upwards at the thunder cloud hovering above their heads. Before they could react, a streak of lightning promptly zapped downwards and made a direct hit onto the room where Bai Yen stood. The force devastated the content inside. Even so, the woman paid no heed to the destruction of her property, only focusing on the cauldron and the ingredients inside. Hualua was the first to notice the huge increase in the air, causing her eyes to widen in shock when staring at her mistress's figure. Like the first, the rest of the girls from the flower brothel and demon beast sect were all gasping by this point. It's overwhelming their logic and left their brains blank. A humph. Bai Chongfeng makes a slight cough, figuring he should intervene to avoid wasting time. You should all hurry and cultivate. Such an opportunity doesn't come often and should be seized when presented. They needed no more urging after hearing the medicine lord's comment. Getting back to their meditative state, none of the Crow D said another word. This included the 4 seniors who first benefited from the experience. They may have already broken through to the celestial rank, but reinforcing their strength and level was still imperative. Time raced away under this wonderful scene. It's beautiful and surreal at the same. At one point lightning rained down like arrows, the next its beams of light shooting up from below like pillars of rainbow. By the time Bai Yen finished her refinement of the godhood Dan pill, none of the people here had moved still. This was fine for her, she's in no hurry to take a swing at the second attempt yet. After all, even the residual particles were enough to greatly boost these people's strength when given enough time. Waste was a sin, even she knew that much. 3 days later. Many breakthroughs happened during this period. For the demon beast sect, most of their disciples are now at the king rank while their sect leader reached the monarch rank. Of course, the dragon they brought along were also part of the group. Since the lizard was already strong to begin with, the big guy was able to reach the peak of the monarch rank and only needed one more step to hit the saint rank. Now that leaves the flower brothel. Though the girls themselves were inferior to the demon beast sect in terms of strength, but most of them still managed to reach the king rank in their cultivation. This feat was something these ladies who are skilled in intelligence gathering never could have imagined. However, what's most surprising was Hualuo herself. The lady actually surpassed the demon beast sex leader and hit the peak level of the monarch rank. It looks like you've all made a lot of advances. Very good, let's continue. Shrugging her shoulder, Bai Yen went back to the ruins of her former cottage. Continue. No one said another word. They're very confused because it never even crossed their minds that there's going to be more to this. And sure enough, many mouths were gawking the second she brought out the ingredients. The sensation of the godhood Dan pill 5. At the foot of the Holy Land's mountain. The little chubby's fat rounded body has become soaked in his own sweat as he gasped for air from the long hike up the sloping path. Pa, we've been climbing for so long. When can we reach the Holy Land? I can't move my legs anymore. A slap instantly came flying over from the side, landing directly onto the backside of the chubby's head. You will walk even if you can't walk. It's only been a little distance so far, so quit yapping that mouth. In the future don't claim to be my son if you are like this. His voice grumpy and unmerciful, Wang Deqiu angrily glared at the chubby beside himself, rubbing the back of his brain to soothe the sting. The little chubby makes a blaming look but kept quiet anyways. Papa! It's then a small delicate hand reaches over to tug at the man's sleeve, causing Wang Deqiu's heart to melt away at the voice. I can't move either, I want to be carried. In front of his own daughter's plea, Wang Deqiu's serious and stern expression promptly crumbled. Instead, a warm smile bloomed, followed by an involuntary softening of his voice. All right, your papa here will carry you. We mustn't let our Xiaotong get tired now, can we? When picking up his daughter, the way he acts was completely different when facing his son. It's downright bias. Making a wronged face, Wang Xiaoping purses his lips in discontent. Pa, you are being biased. Shooting a stare in return. Say another word and I will ditch you here. That sentence instantly shuts the chubby up, but not before he murmurs one final comment. If only I can be Sister Bai Yan's son, how wonderful would that be? Not only is she good-looking, she is gentle to Xiaochen, unlike my old man here. He only knows how to beat me. What are you muttering about? Asked Wang Deqiu after picking up some slight noise from his back. Nothing. The chubby jerked in the corner of his mouth over how sensitive his old man's ear was. He only dares to have that thought inside. Never would he say it aloud because he knew his old man would beat him to death. Then hurry up and move your legs. I heard the chief is also here in the Holy Land, so we need to go greet him. And I also heard Bai Yan is back. The truth was Chief Wu Wei had taken into consideration of this family's relationship to Bai Yan when picking out the disciples from the Misty Fairy House. However, despite the man's effort to locate the family of three, they were nowhere to be found, not even a trace. Due to that reasoning, a letter was left behind at the Wang family's estate. It's just that. Instead of telling Wang Deqiu to come to the Holy Land right away, Chief Wu Wei wrote that they should seek refuge inside the abyss first and to only come after receiving the signal that it's safe to do so. That's why they're so late. In the end, as a result of that twist and turn, the one to suffer here would be poor Wang Xiaoping. Despite the chubby kid's unfit body shape, the boy's father didn't slow down at all to accommodate his struggling pace and walked even faster. Papa, shouldn't we wait for brother? Asked the innocent Wang Xiaotong that's being carried. Giving his daughter a rub on the head regarding that comment, Wang Deqiu happily answers her. Your brother is too fat lately, we need to help him lose some of those calories. Why else do you think I didn't bring a carriage along? It's to help him lose that fat. Wang Xiaotong nodded her head almost out of reflex. She didn't understand still, but she has full trust in her papa's decisions. No wrong could come from her father in this young girl's eye. Group Breakthrough 1. Grower. Just as the family of three was approaching the main area of the Holy Land, a roar suddenly boomed down from above. Next thing they knew was a huge dragon swooping in at rapid pace and blocking their path from the front. Lord Dragon, is there something you need? Almost taking to his knees from the pressure alone, Wang Deqiu's voice started clattering from the unease he felt. Who are you? Where's your passage identification? Those without one is not permitted into the Holy Land. A puff of smoky air spews out of the dragon's nostril when it spoke, causing the human man to squirm backwards out of instinct. However, just when things were reaching a very awkward point, Wang Xiaoping did his usual thing and snorts before running forward. He's quite the brazen little boy to dismiss the pressure from a being so much further up the evolutionary chain. Lord Dragon, my boss is Bai Xiaochen. His Highness. The dragon huffs a grunt in a displeasing way. You think I will believe you just because you claim to know His Royal Highness? The chubby guffaws a laugh with his childish voice. If you don't believe me, then take us to see Sister Bai Yan. I know she will want to see me. Humph, first you claim to be the prince's underling, then you call the queen your sister. Are you trying to toy with me by throwing the royal family's name around? Wang Xiaoping honestly didn't think this huge dragon's reaction to be so serious, blinking his chubby eyes with a surprised light. That's because Sister Bai Yan is so beautiful and young, I didn't want to call her my auntie. The dragon didn't comment on that logic, only moving its head closer to the chubby in an examining manner. Though not intentional, the horn did nearly scrape across Wang Xiaoping's face unintentionally. Seeing this, Wang Deqiu promptly dragged his son back to his side without a moment of delay. He's afraid of angering this huge lizard right now. After all, it's not like everyone would know of their family's tie with Bai Yan, so things shouldn't be taken for granted. Isn't that little Xiaoqun's friend? It's at this moment a voice broke in from the rear, causing the chubby to swing his head around at the three oncoming girls. Princess. It only took a glance for the huge dragon to recognize those faces, hurrying to bow his head. Highness, do you recognize this child? Di Xiaowan nods. He is Xiaoqun's friend. I have seen him while I was at the Luohua Kingdom. Let them through with us, we're heading back that way anyways. Yes, Princess. With the demon princess's permission, the road has now been cleared of obstruction. Boom! However, just as the group of 6 were about to walk again, a loud rumbling explosion rocked the ground from afar, making an ugly face. Di Xiaowan cries out immediately. What's going on? Did the Holy Land get hit by lightning? Chui also ran forward with an anxious expression. When she saw the lightning were coming from the general direction of the Holy Island, her urgency erupted and showed in the astonished face she made. Oh no, the lightning is coming from the island and Bai Yan is there right now. Her words were enough to frighten the other 2 girls, forcing them all to rush towards the epicenter without further thinking. This includes Wang Deqiu and the chubby who were lagging behind all this time. The kid actually ran as fast as any of them in this moment. Group breakthrough 2. By the time Di Xiaowan and company managed to arrive at the scene, it was already well into the event. They could see the crowds of people gathered around Bai Yan, who was working silently with her cauldron. Towards this picture, they honestly didn't know what to make of it. Father, what's going on here? Chui bites her lip and asked. The Holy Lord didn't show it, but he did feel relieved that his daughter was back. The loud noise you heard is Bai Yan refining a new alchemic recipe she found inside the miracle. You came back just in time. Come, we can all practice here together. Chui literally gawked her eyes out over that information. It wasn't even all that long ago where they got to experience the benefits of being near Bai Yan when she attempted to refine something. Now they got to try it for a second time? In that instant, the princess from the Holy Land took on a look of a predatory wolf eyeing a treasure trove of meat. It's glowing and targeted. Xiaoyun, you should go over there and cultivate too. Heaving a long breath now that she knows what was happening, the demon princess urges her friend from the Lan house to join in on the fun. You're not joining? Lan Xiaoyun asks with curiosity in the voice. Shaking her head, the demon princess explains. I do not have to cultivate, I will just watch from the side. Di Xiaowan was the princess of the demon realm, so she has no need to train like an ordinary person. As long as the seal within her body becomes lifted, then the power from within would come forth on its own. Okay. Not commenting on that, Lan Xiaoyun hurries over and found a great spot for herself for this occasion. For Wang Deqiu and his family of 3, this group who came last were also quite dumbfounded the second they discovered the dense spiritual particles in the air. It's not like they never been to places with exceptional training conditions, but this was on a whole new level. It was another half a month before the session completely wrapped up. The first to make a breakthrough would be Bai Yan's 5 Shifis, Holy Land and Misty Fairy House. These old-timers had it the easiest since they were already on the threshold of making an advancement. What did surprise Bai Yan though was when Ru, the young alchemist whom she bested at a contest and made him swear loyalty to herself. The young lad's pace was incredible and directly hit the saint rank in one go. But then again, everything did make sense now that she's thought about it. Everyone has a limit. If one focuses in on a thing, then they are bound to be lacking in another. In this case, when Ru has diverted his attention away from alchemy, the lad's main interest, to cultivation here in this case. That talent once again shined through, showing how amazing the person really was even outside his field of expertise. It's a shame though. Aside from those below the saint rank, the residual effects of the godhood Dan pills on the surrounding environments are minimal to the individual. However, this did give Bai Yan an idea for the future. If she gets more ingredients, then creating a legion instead of a single battalion wouldn't be a pipe dream. It's very much a possibility. Shifis and everyone else who have arrived at the saint rank, come forward please. Gathering at her call, the 3 Shifis from the Holy Land and the 2 from the Misty Fairy House all showed a confused look on their faces. Nevertheless, they stepped forward anyways along with Halyuo and the rest from behind. Group Breakthrough 3. Anyone but them has to withdraw from the Holy Land. Wait outside the mountain base until called for. Bai Yin did not directly bring out the medicine. Instead, she sharply orders the remaining people who didn't meet qualification to leave. Lord Chu Ran naturally understood what the lady wanted, so he immediately followed up with his own instructions. Everyone follow me. No one is allowed to stay behind. But sister-in-law, I want to stay. Puckering her lips to one side in an unhappy manner, Di Xiaowan protests, softening in her tone against the girl's protest. Behave. If you stay here, then the lightning will hurt you in the process. It won't. The demon princess shakes her head in denial. I'm not afraid of those thunderstrikes, please let me stay. Showing a pitiful light in those eyes, it's hard to deny someone like this that's currently tugging at your sleeve in a pleading manner. Bai Yin didn't say much, only narrowing her eyes in at the girl in an examining manner. Then suddenly her pupils shrank inwardly like she's discovered something incredible. Fine, you stay. Giving a nod in agreement. Except Xiaowan here, everyone else is to leave if you are below the saint rank. Don't say I didn't remind you all if something happens otherwise. Her words were very serious, and that was enough to make those who were hesitant at first to dash off like a puff of smoke. Some of you must still be wondering about those thunderstrikes from before. I can tell you all now, it's from my grandfather's breakthrough into the celestial rank. The explanation was like a grenade, exploding their eyes until it's spinning with stars. First Elder Zhengqi had said it from the start, it was someone having a breakthrough. What they didn't know was the individual not being Bai Yin herself. Turns out it's Bai Chongfeng instead. Yenner. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, Second Elder Rani speaks with a hint of disbelief. But Lord Bai only just broken through to the saint rank, how? In other words, the old bastard has only recently broken through, so how could he make another advancement this quickly? Flipping over her hand, Bai Yin reveals the bottles of pills she readied for everyone. This is what I just made with my alchemic cauldron. See this thing? Holding up one of the beady little pills. This is called Godhood Dan pill. An alchemic product that can help a saint rank advance into the celestial rank in one go. Second Elder Reni now sounded shaky. You mean we can all break through to the celestial rank just like that with that pill? That's right, Shifu. Anyone is able to with the help of this pill. Wait until everyone uninvolved leaves the Holy Land. Then we can begin. One by one, Bai Yin hands out her supply to those gathered around. Of the many who were amazed by the opportunity, Hualuo of the flower brothel has to be the most moved here. She's always been at the bottom of barrel in her life, from setting up the brothel to protect herself and her sisters due to their unfortunate upbringing and origin. The lady has never been lucky in life. Well, that was until she met Bai Yin and was saved by the woman. Since then, things have been going smoothly and constantly improving, just that being able to step into the legendary level like the celestial rank still left her bewildered on whether or not this was really happening. Group breakthrough 4. With a faint smile, Bai Yin gradually came before Zhengqi and his two brothers from the Holy Land. Shifus, it was the three of you who picked me up back then. For that, I will never forget your kindness and will do my best to help improve your strengths. These three have watched her come all this way in life, making them some of her most essential people in life. That's including the fact that they're unreliable on many occasions, but still, they are very much important to her. And, taking a pause to organize her words, you will always be the most important people in my world outside of Ditsong, Xiachen, and my brother Bai Xiao. Years of companionship, this feeling, how could others compare? Only by making them capable of protecting themselves could she go fight the celestial realm at ease. Fortunately, Bai Chongfeng wasn't around to hear this. Otherwise, the old grandpa would have to go find a tiny spot to weep in silence. My dear. Zhengqi's first voice choked as he reached out to rub the woman's head. When we picked you up 6 years ago, you were already the one and only family we have in this life. He and his brothers have no children. That makes the girl their unofficial daughter regardless of what others thought. Bai Yin smiled at that and didn't object to the idea because she felt the same way. Then, without forgetting the rest, she turns to Zhongnan and Zhongbei of the Misty Fairy House. Shifus, I want to thank the two of you for the care you gave me while at the Misty Fairy House. As long as I can walk down the path I chose, I will certainly take you along with me forward. I will never forget the kindness and care you've shown me during that period. What about the spirit realm? What about the celestial realm? One day this big world will become one and become mine to rule. The Zhong brothers were very much gratified over that promise. To these two who already lost a disciple in the past, having another so gifted and talented was the greatest fortune they could ask for. It's getting late now and I believe the crowd have mostly dispersed. Come everyone, let's begin. I will watch from the side as you all take the pill. Taking 2 steps back, she carefully looks over the group in front of herself in case anything goes wrong. Zheng Qi, being the oldest of the Holy Land elders, took the medicine first as the host here. The rest followed suit next and swallowed their pill respectively, letting the gushing force spew out of their bodies. Because of how violent the power was, none of them dared to wait and hurried into a meditative position to begin cultivation. Sure enough, a thunderous rumble rocked the sky as soon as they did that, while the dark looming cloud hovered above their heads, constantly snapping crackling streaks of light at the group beneath it. Haoyuo and her side of the group coped with the electrical strikes fairly well, however. Zheng Qi and the other 4 elders didn't fare so well in this case due to their old age. Before long, signs of faltering could be seen across Bai Yan's 5 shifus as their bodies suffered and started to fail in supporting themselves. Bai Yan noticed this change immediately, of course. Hurrying over to Zhongbei, who was the weakest of them all, she went ahead and pushed a nourishing pill into the old senior's mouth to help restore the man's strength. Relieved by the returning color, Bai Yan then went ahead to Qiu Shurong's third side and did the same. While the lady worked profusely to make sure the old-timers were keeping up, Di Xiaowan remained seated in front of the big peach tree nearby, her eyes flickering with curiosity the entire time as Bai Yan worked. Group Breakthrough 5. Strangely enough, none of those lightning strikes would draw near this demon princess despite being at the epicenter of it all. Therefore, everything within 10 li 500 meter had remained untouched from the incident. Sister-in-law, she opens her mouth now after being unable to hold in the doubt. With your strength, you should be able to fend off the lightning strikes. Why don't you help them? Bai Yan chuckled over the obvious question. These are what you call tribulation trials. Though it's dangerous, it's a must for any cultivator to experience it for themselves to help forge their body for the newer rank. Otherwise, they will be at a disadvantage during battle because they only have the power spiritually and not physically. Making an understanding face, the demon princess just had to offer up the most troublesome idea ever. Then this won't do. I also want to be hit by this lightning a few times. After saying that, she promptly stood up and called out to the lightning cloud in an excited manner. Do you not see there's another living person here? What's the meaning of avoiding me? But not only did her demands not help, the dark cloud seems to have a mind of its own and moved even farther away from the girl. Di Xiaowan literally made a face with black lines running through it at the sight. What's the meaning of this? Are those clouds not giving me face? Just as Di Xiaowan grinded her teeth in frustration, the event was over and the clouds began to disperse, leaving a pure blue sky in its wake. If it wasn't for the scorched earth and smoking craters here and there, one would not even notice what had happened due to the serenity in the air. Am I at the celestial rank now? Qiu Shurong stood up and laughed hysterically before breaking out into tears. I never could have imagined this day to come so early. Now those animals from the spirit realm can come all they like. If they do, I will make sure they never get to go back. All smiles in the face. You guessed it right, Shifu, those from the spirit realm will certainly come again. If you hasten your consolidation speed, then the next battle will be yours with ease. Talk about having a turnaround in their attitude. Back when the spirit realm first attacked, these old-timers were cowering and afraid of what's to come, and now they're talking like the other side were no more than prey ready for them to hunt. Shifus, all of you shouldn't be too happy just yet. Even if everyone is at the celestial rank now, there's still different tiers in there. If the spirit realm's main core battle force comes, we might have difficulty coping with it. There's no doubt in her mind that more powerful individuals are still lurking within the ranks of the enemy. Fortunately, Bai Yan has a spy on the other side. At the very least, preparations would be in order if an attack was imminent. Dragoni should be back soon. Staring up in the sky then, as if another thought has come to mind, her gaze locks onto the direction of where the border city should be from where she stood. Since those saint ranks are already anti-contracted by the little missy, then it's safe to include those saint ranks as part of their own forces. Such numbers may not be a match for those celestial ranked masters, but they're plenty useful to clean up the rabbles, hence the reasoning for Bai Yan to send Dragoni back to the border city. She wants to use these newly acquired slaves. Xiao Wan. Bai Yan abruptly turns around as if recalling something important again. Before Ditsong said he's going to look for Xiachen in the secret domain. Did something happen? The demon princess didn't answer right away like she normally would. Instead, the girl got all hesitant and nervous. A clear sign something was amiss. Tell me, what is my son's condition? Grasping onto the girl's shoulder, Bai Yan's fingers got a bit harsh. Bai Xiachen was her life. If anything happens to the boy, then this mother might as well die along with him. That's the level of importance he was to this woman. Bai Xiachen's missing one, all careful in her voice. Not long ago my brother lost contact with Xiachen. That's why he personally went to the secret domain in search of him. Don't worry, trust in my brother. He will definitely locate my nephew and they will be all right. Bai Yan did not show any emotions on the face right then, only clenching those fists intently. For a while, Di Xiaowan could not understand what was happening and got all nervous. Sister-in-law. Meek in her voice, the demon princess weakly calls out to try to get something out of the silent woman. It's only temporary, the disconnect. I'm sure brother would never allow Xiachen to be in danger if he allowed him to go there alone. Slowly exhaling a breath like she's releasing some steam. That domain, can I go in? You want to go into that secret domain? Asked the demon princess with concern apparent in her eyes. My son is missing, so I must go in person to see for myself, otherwise I can't be at ease. But, biting her lower lip, Di Xiaowan hurries to explain the problem. That secret domain is generally reserved for us demons to enter. If a human go in, I fear there will likely be danger to your life despite you already being at the celestial rank. If something happens to sister-in-law, then brother will surely break my leg when he comes back. I can't worry about so much. All I know is that my son is missing and that I have to go. The more she spoke, the sterner and harder that expression became till it's crunched up in pain. Musing for a moment. I have a way for you to go to that secret domain, but you must not tell my brother that it was I who helped you. Otherwise, he will definitely kill me afterwards. Okay, I won't tell Ditsong about it. Lowering eyes, a firm light beams out of this woman's iris. No matter the danger, if it's for her boy, then she would bear any danger that comes her way. Sister-in-law then. Follow me. Making a faint nod, Bai Yan turns to Zhengqi first, in order to leave her final instruction to the elder. Shifu, when Dragoni and her group arrives, please give them these Godhood Dan pills. You can decide which is suitable to take them or not. I leave the final decision to you. After saying that, her focus then shifts to the young lad. Wenru, your alchemic talent has always been good. When I come back next time, I will help you improve further. By then you can be the one to refine the Godhood Dan pills. Bursting with joy at the promise, the lad smiles right up to the eye. Yen, you're going to teach me your alchemy? Yes, you have the ability to become a 10th grade alchemist. Here, take this recipe book and practice while I'm away. I hope that by the time I return you will already be at the 8th level. Dropping a thick booklet onto the boy's hand, she cocks a wonderful smirk like she's expecting a lot. This didn't escape Cho Shu-rong's third eye, making a face with black lines running through it. Sweetie, you can't be so unfair. What about us? You can't just focus on helping him improve and leave us out of it. Well, Shifu, how many years do you think the three of you would take before success can be achieved when refining a 10th grade recipe? Making a helpless gesture, Bai Yan honestly didn't want to be like this. The issue was the three elders were just too ordinary and unskilled in comparison to Wenru. Bai Xiachen's missing too. Holding the item in his hand like it's some sort of treasure, Wenru's expression were all smiles then. Shifus, wait for me to come back first. Then I'll help you all enhance your alchemy when I have some free time in the future. I believe even if I gave you all the recipes now, you would still be unable to grasp the knowledge on your own. Shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, Bai Yan turns back to the girl behind herself again. Xiaowan, we're leaving now. In a flash, the girls were already gone from this place due to the insistence of the worrisome mother. Demon realm inside the palace. First Elder had been staring up in the sky here when his mind was suddenly yanked back to reality by the appearance of the two familiar figures up ahead. Queen Princess, you're back? Showing a faint smile, the senior happily greets the two new arrival from the front. Landing on the ground, Bai Yan spoke first without hesitation. First Elder, I heard you and state teacher were busy with something and had to leave. How come it's only you here? Slightly amused and taken aback by the quick question, First Elder didn't mind and frankly answered. That's because State Teacher still had other businesses to take care of, so I returned first. My queen, is something of the matter? Shachin is missing. Growing darker in her complexion, the lady states her main reason for coming. Likewise, the senior also grew solemn in the face upon this news, going silent for a moment. I heard His Highness had went into the secret domain. My queen, do you mean? I want to go into the domain as well. Her voice increasingly more determined and unyielding, showing how much she intends to force the matter if needed to do so. A subtle change of concern swiftly took hold on the elder's face as he frowned on this demand. Queen, I'm afraid. First Elder Deetsong once said I'm in charge of the demon realm. Now I want to enter that secret domain, so do as I order and send me there. Narrowing her eyes in, that voice grew increasingly sharp as she continued. Don't try to make any excuses. Xiao Wan already told me aside from Deetsong and State Teacher, you are the only other person capable of opening a channel into that domain. The poor senior's mouth actually jerked as he twitched from being pointed out. For a good while, no words could come out of that tongue due to how speechless he became. Then when the old fella finally regained his composure, he immediately turned to the princess with a protesting look of blaming, because that's exactly the sort of excuse he had wanted to make in order to shut the idea down. Di Xiaowan naturally knew what the other side meant by that look. Shrinking her neck in, she promptly took a few steps back to hide behind Bai Yan's figure. First Elder, this is not my fault. You mustn't tattle to my brother when he comes back. Now this time it's the demon princess who's overthinking the matter. Aside from Deetsong being a bit mean to the spoiled girl, no one else in the demon realm would treat this princess unwell. In fact, they pampered her to the point where it's ridiculous. Hence the lawless behavior she has formed over the years. Princess, if Her Highness is all right by the end of it, then of course nothing will come of this incident. However, if something bad happens, then no one can hide the fact, right? Shaking his head, First Elder sighed at the predicament he's now placed in. Shuddering in cold sweat over that explanation, Di Xiaowan immediately turned to Bai Yan for help and tugged at the lady's sleeve. Sister-in-law, you must come back early, otherwise my brother really will kill me. Bai Shachin's missing 3. Don't assume just because Deetsong doesn't hit this girl that he wouldn't. If anything does happen and crosses the man's bottom line, then it would spell the end for her. Di Xiaowan has no delusion of what would happen then. Likely she wouldn't be able to see the next sunrise. I'll be back. All bright and firm in her eyes. First Elder, open a channel for me, I'm going to look for my son. Towards this determined mother, the old-timer just couldn't refuse and issued a long sigh. If your highness is so determined, then I won't say any more. However, I have one last question I like to ask before we go. Did you break into the celestial rank? Staring straight at the woman's figure, First Elder grew heavy in the voice as he spoke, giving a nod. Yes, not long ago I happened to come across an opportunity and made the breakthrough. Then Queen, do you know how the level is divided within the celestial rank? Bai Yan shook her head, showing this was the first she's heard of this. I don't know. Let me explain then. After all, it will just be a matter of time before you meet a celestial rank once you enter the secret domain. Giving a faint smile, the senior inhales a long deep breath like it's going to be a long one. Truth is, we don't call our level the celestial rank at all once we hit this stage. The power difference is just too distinct and drastic on each tier, so we would treat it like a whole different level within the rank. Like for example, my queen, you've just made the breakthrough, so we would call you the bottom divine level. Then what comes afterward? She asks with a frown. That would of course be the middle divine, followed by the high divine. Take that spirit lord, he is a middle divine. Caressing her chin, Bai Yan muses over this newfound knowledge for a while before finally speaking up again with a smile. I understand. Can you take me to the secret domain now? Of course, if that's your wish, my queen. Giving one last glance at the demon princess, First Elder then promptly led the desperate mother away for entrance's location. Bai Yan didn't say more and quietly followed from behind. She's wholeheartedly invested on this trip, and has no intention of coming back out until she locates her boy. Inside a valley, a man with his hand crossed behind the back stood firmly in place atop of this land riddled with fallen leaves of maple. Meanwhile in the back, a group of armed guards silently waited his next order. Is your information accurate? My son is in this place? Song's voice sounded demanding and harsh, like he's going to murder them if the answer said otherwise. Then again, this man did promise his wife that their son would be fine even if allowed to enter this place on his own. Clearly that promise didn't stand since the boys has gone missing. Yes, Majesty, we've got eyewitness account that His Highness the Prince was last seen in this area. He was kidnapped by the members of the Sky Clan. Sky Clan? If I remember correctly, the Sky Clan belonged to the Celestial Realm, and was later expelled due to a crime they committed. To think they are hiding here of all places. Growing cold and murderous in his aura now, Song's expression became unreadable. I don't care who they are, hurting son will be punished by death. Slowly raising his hand to issue the command. Demons, heed my order. Slay every member of the Sky Clan. Yes, Your Majesty. Taking to their knees, their voices were strong and powerful when complying. By Xiaochen's missing 4. At this order, the demons gathered here today immediately began to charge towards the upper reaches of this valley, their momentum full of murderous intent as their feet trampled the ground. Song didn't join in on the main fight, only watching this unfold from above in the air. Nevertheless, his attention did eventually get pulled when a loud holler caught his ear from the small settlement. Who is so bold to come make trouble at our Sky Clan? The voice clear and crisp, causing even the smoke to clear somewhat in the battlefield as that bright red figure made its way to the forefront. This individual was a beautiful woman with a dominant air to her existence, yet she still carried the sort of charm that's expected of the type who's well experienced in seducing the opposite sex. At first she was still brimming with anger over the attack, but that instantly changed as soon as she noticed that enticing figure of a man up ahead. There's a look of astonishment and stunned outlook in the woman's face. The main reason being how much of a drought it's been for these poor females of the Sky Clan after they moved here. A female still needs comforting, and when compared to the 2 boys they kidnapped the other day, this one clearly had more of a manly charm to him. Hello there, handsome. If you are visiting us, then you should at least send someone to inform our tribe. Why cry death in battle so suddenly? What, are you picking on us just because our tribe only has females in our roster? Licking her lip like she's already unable to hold back the insatiable desire to mate with this man, the female, who's the obvious leader of these Amazonians, spoke with a voice of playfulness. Disgusted by the gaze he's receiving, Song crunches up that face and spoke with harshness. Bring my son out and I will let you die with your bodies intact. Ha ha ha. The woman bursts out laughing, very much amused by the laughable joke she's heard. There's sarcasm and contempt in the lady's eye. Oh beautiful, we of the Sky Clan are lonely and suffering, you know. In order to quell our pain, we will take any passing men to become our playthings. Since you are here now, you can forget about leaving, become me and my sister's toy. Retracting the cold frosty air in her eyes, the woman throws out a charming wink at her supposed victim. Song's aura instantly grew menacing because he knew what she's trying to do. Waving his arm, a powerful force repels whatever she's trying to do, and throws a counterattack right back. Surprised and shocked by the ineffectiveness of her own charm, a pang of anger erupted out of this woman's face, but not before she got hit in chest and had to take several steps backward. Now there's only panic left in the eye. How can our clan's seduction spell not work on you? In this world there are many races who study the art of seductive charm, but there's no other group more capable than the foxes. Since Song here was a fox himself, it's only normal for the woman's charm to fail. Speak, where's my son? Encroaching in on the female, Song's pressuring gaze was now starting to make the other side stammer and break out in cold sweat. I did grab 2 boys that was passing by not long ago, but I don't know which one you're talking about. Expressionless. My son is of course the most eye-catching among the crowd one. By Xiaochen's missing 5. What you're saying is that one, the one who looks better than a fairy and is sculpted from jade itself, that child? Based on how timid her voice has become, it's obvious the earlier arrogance has died out in this lady's attitude. I think he's in the altar room right now. Only after hearing that did Song retract his oppressive aura, leaving the female to gather a breath. Sadly, his next words that followed threw her into the ice again. You bunch, watch over her. He orders the demons from behind. If my son is missing even a strand of hair, then all of you will die. So you better pray that he is not hurt, or be prepared for the consequences. Her fate has been sealed since the moment she made a move against the boy. She's doomed, along with her clan. That's regardless of Baishiachin being hurt or not. It doesn't matter at this point. The place of offering and worship wasn't that far away, merely at the other side of the valley. Here in this dimly lit tiny room where the altar stood was Baishiachin with his hands tied behind his back, that mouth stuffed and covered by a handkerchief. The boy's been awake and alert for a while now, but he never once tried anything until he's sure the ones in charge of watching him from the outside were gone. With this perfect opportunity before him, Baishiachin didn't need to wait and forced a tug around his arm. With a snap, the rope binding his hands were torn, leaving him free to crawl over to the other boy that's with him. Luckily the latter wasn't bound by anything, only unconscious, making it all the more easier to carry out the following escape plan he's had in mind. "Wake up, hey wake up!" He gently pushes the kid's body in an attempt to get a reaction. Sadly, his efforts were in vain, scratching the back of his head over this dilemma. What to do? He's obviously been drugged by those ladies from earlier. Thankfully I'm immune to every poison out there. Otherwise I might be in the same situation when they fed me that thing. It's then an idea suddenly hit the little steam bun when his brain worked up to here. Pulling out all the pill containers in his possession, Baishiachin wavered as he stared left and right over what he had. Which of these candy beans can detoxify the sleeping drug? Damn it, I should have paid more attention to Mother's lesson when I was studying. Wrinkling his cute little nose from the self-annoyance, the boy grew furious and decides to pop one out from each container. Oh, who cares, you're also a demon, so it doesn't matter if I feed you everything. One of these should remove that drug inside you. In one sweeping gesture, he directly stuffs the handful of Dan pills into the other child's mouth and allowed it to flow. Thankfully these are all high-quality medicine directly made by Yin herself. As soon as the objects touched saliva, they would melt and become liquid form inside the kid's mouth, making the job of feeding all the more easier. Gradually opening those eyes, the unconscious boy eventually locks onto the little steam bun staring down at himself. "Are you here to save me?" Raising a bright smile, Baishiachin proudly cocks his tiny chin upward. "That is of course, otherwise how will those fools catch me?" Wild ambition 1. Moved to the point of showing tears in the corner of those eyes, the little boy wanted to say something more to show his gratitude when he suddenly remembered their own predicament, hurrying to cry out. "But those people are very powerful, you need to leave and not worry about me." "No, my mother said it before that a man must know how to repay a debt. Little leopard, you helped me before so I must save you." In a forceful tug, Baishiachin didn't give any room for refusal and pulled the other boy along with him towards the doorway. "Little leopard, follow me closely from this point forward. I will take you away to safety." When Baishiachin reached the doorway, his steps gradually slowed to a tiptoeing pace for fear of disturbing anyone that might still be outside. However, his prudence was for naught because when he tried to push at the door to make a crack for peeking, he immediately discovered there's a chain locked around the knobs. Understanding the problem, he inhales deeply and musters up a force around the fingers. This time around when he made a push, the power he summoned instantly snapped the metallic chains on the other side. "Okay, we're good now. Come little leopard, we need to leave this place." Scurrying about from one point to the other, the pair were able to make great progress in this dark place due to Baishiachin's exceptional memory. When he was being brought to the altar room, the little steam bun made sure to memorize the directions, so this was just him recollecting his previous steps. "Who is it?" Just then, a petite voice suddenly came from the rear and causes the leopard boy to fall into panic on that cute little face. "Don't be afraid, I said I'll protect you." Patting his friend's shoulder, the little steam bun promises with an air of assurance. Perhaps it's the way he spoke or just the way he acted, but it did manage to calm the frightened boy's heart. Turning around, Baishiachin confronts the group that has caught them from behind. It's a bunch of ladies, all scantily dressed with barely any clothing covering their body parts aside from the crucial 2 parts. They were all eyeing the 2 boys with sharp looks like they're very unhappy right now. "We're only passing through, can you beautiful sisters let us pass?" All bright and innocent, Baishiachin does his usual talk of persuasion. Under normal circumstances, this effort to charm the female sex would have worked without problem. However, this was the Sky Clan. These boys, weren't they the ones brought back by Lady Mei Ling before? One of the maids apparently recognizes the two and pointed this out. If I remember right, Lady Mei Ling should have fed them some sleeping drug. How did they wake up so early? No matter, they're caught now so they can forget about escaping. No one runs from our Sky Clan. That said, the group of ladies promptly charged with their blades drawn. Beaming with a sharp light at the open hostility, Bai Xiachen rapidly pushes his friend further back to make some space. Do you think I would be afraid of you people when I'm the prince? I will protect Mother in the future, so you're nothing to me. Wild ambition, too. A formidable force has now exploded out of Bai Xiachen's tiny little figure, causing even the air around himself to gush outwards like a hurricane. Boom! Under that torrent of wind, those who attempted to approach the boy were knocked away instantly, giving the little steam bun the opening he needed to grab the leopard boy's hand to make a mad dash for the other way. Little leopard, let's go. At the main gateway of the Sky Clan, Deetsong's dark gaze continues to scan the area until his sight fell upon the torrent of wind blowing up from afar. Xiachen! In a flash of purplish light, his body shot towards the epicenter of this event. When he arrived, there's already nothing left, only rubbles and a bunch of maids constantly groaning from the pain and the occasional blood puking out of their lips. Speak, where is my son? Coming before one of the injured, Deetsong harshly glares down at the lady who's barely able to look up. They've left. The maid squirms once her sight clears up a bit and recognizes the frosty look coming down at herself. Where did they go? He asks again with a totally unreadable face. I didn't see clearly. There were too much sand and wind, so by the time I came back to my senses they were already gone. The maid trembled as she answered, her heart filled with endless terror when she noticed what the man was doing. Deetsong have already raised his hand by then, and from it was a purplish flame. When he released it, the fire instantly engulfs the injured here and slowly melted their flesh and body away like magma meeting rock. Sire! A group of demons also gathered due to the noise, their bodies kneeling to await their next order. I don't care if you turn this valley upside down, go find my son. He shouldn't have gone too far. Cocking a cold smirk over what he's going to say next. As for the Sky Clan and its members, leave none alive. They can pay with their blood for making a move against my son. Under normal circumstances, Deetsong wouldn't even need to make such a huge scene about finding the boy. He could have just used his nose to track the scent. Unfortunately, there are various obstacles here stopping him from doing so. The main one being the differing laws governing this pocket dimension. It's affecting his ability to smell. Of course, the Demon King here was well aware of this fact and deliberately gave his own son a beaconing charm. It's so he could tell where the boy was at all times. Sadly, the little rascal actually lost the damn thing, forcing Deetsong to do all this for a simple rescue mission. Yes, sire. Bowing their head, the demons promptly spread apart in every direction without looking back. At the higher parts of the valley, Bai Xiachen and Little Leopard had just ran out of breath from running so fast out of the settlement. They're tired but relieved at the same time. It's strange, the commotion I made should have alerted those from the Sky Clan. Why aren't they coming to catch us? Wrinkling his lovely little brow, Bai Xiachen mutters this to himself in confusion. But since he couldn't understand the reasoning, then he's not going to dwell on the matter. Instead, he makes a brilliant warm smile at their own fortune and rolled with it. Wild ambition 3. Little Leopard, we are safe now. The leopard boy blinked and blinked before responding. Thank you. Don't thank me, before it was you who helped me when I was hurt. Patting the other side like he's some sort of adult, Bai Xiachen starts getting ideas again like he usually does. This place is too unsafe, why don't you come with me? I can't be at ease leaving you here alone once I leave this place. There's shock on the leopard boy's face, but more were that of surprise and happiness, almost choking due to the tears that's swelling up. You would take me in? Bai Xiachen gives a heavy nod. My mother is a very good person, so I'm sure she would love to have you around, don't worry. Do you like your mother very much? Seeing how the little steam bun would always genuinely smile when mentioning Bai Yen, the leopard boy unconsciously began to envy him. It couldn't be helped. Since his birth, this kid has always been alone without any supervision or family. To finally have a grasp of what it means to experience kinship was something entirely new and enticing for him. Proud in his demeanor. Of course I like my mother, she's the greatest and best-looking woman in this whole wide world. She's gentle and kind and the sweetest person you can find. It's the very reason why I came here. It's to enhance my own strength so I can protect her from those mean people who wishes to harm her. Then do you not mention anything about your father / my father? Bai Xiaoqin's mouth instantly puckered up with a sour note. He is a big baddie who always try to steal mother away from me. But out of consideration that he likes to beat those bad people away from my mother, I have reluctantly accepted him. When speaking up to here, the little steam bun suddenly paused like he's thought of something else. Actually, baddie father isn't that bad. He can be nice to me sometimes. It's just that he always tries to hog mother's attention all day long, and wouldn't let me sleep with her at night anymore. That's right, after Deetsong came into this pair's life, the poor child's been unable to share a bed with Bai Yan. The direct consequence of that was Bai Xiaoqin questioning his own origin, and believing he's adopted from the streets. Little leopard, let's get out of here first. I don't want to give those ladies a chance to catch us for a second time. Giving a long sigh, Bai Xiaoqin gave one final glance at the oddly silent settlement behind himself before fleeing off into the sunset with his friend in tow. There's a town not far away from where the valley was located. At first this place was still bustling with noise, but that quickly changed into a calming silence when the two boys appeared. Whose children are they? What a lovely pair of boys. The first pretty like a girl and the second just as fine like a piece of jade. Little leopard rarely makes contact with other people, so this experience was something very new to him. Perhaps it's the look he's getting or the added attention, but the kitty boy definitely didn't like this and took shelter behind his friend's back.